time when nothing would last. There was a time I held on to the past. You are my shepherd, you are my guide. I followed your dark guides right into the night. You are my savior, you took control. You came and touched my soul. I would walk on water, 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 water. I would walk on water, 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 water. I would walk on water just to be with you. Walk on water just to be with you. Split the ocean, cross the sea. Walk on water if you believe. I would walk on water just to be with you. Walk on water just to be with you. Split the ocean, cross the sea. Walk on water if you believe. Walk on water, 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 walk on water, There was a time I lost my faith. There was a time I could only hate. You are my shepherd, you are my guide. Followed your dark guides right into the night. You are my savior, you took control. You came and touched my soul. But why are you still overshadowed by a doubt? If only you could see the love that carries me. I would walk on water, 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 walk on water, water, water. I would walk on water just to be with you. Walk on water just to be with you. Split the ocean, cross the sea. Walk on water if you believe. I would walk on water just to be with you. Walk on water just to be with you. Split the ocean, cross the sea. Walk on water if you believe. Walk on water,
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, innies, outies, and tweeners. Can I get a thumbs up if you can hear me? Yes, you can. I can hear myself, so yes, you must be able to. Excuse me. Danny Austin. Let's not have none of that now. Come on, behave yourselves. How are we all doing? Hello, Tiff. Hello, Lost Souls. Hello, Sarah. Hello, Roger. Hello, Bronown. Nathan, how you doing? PS and I abusing their powers. How are you, my friend? Good stuff. DJ Sonic. Well, it's your mix, so I shouldn't get copyright struck. If I do, I'm coming after you. How you doing, Matt? Nice to see you. Who else we got in the room? Who else we got? Psycho's Missus. Hello, my love. Kaz, I know you're in the room somewhere. James, hello. Steve-O, how you doing? Rex, nice to see you. Who have I missed? Mickey Mouse, how are you, my friend? Evening, Manda. How you doing, AMG? Basmo.uk, how are you? Chris Haig, nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. As Lost Souls has quite rightly said there, if you do me a favour, on your way in, if you would be so kind as to hit that like button. If you like the content that I do on this, not necessarily this video because you haven't seen this video yet, this live stream, but if you like the channel, if you like what we do on the channel and you appreciate what we do, please give us a thumbs up on this video. It helps YouTube to push it out to a wider audience, and it hopefully pop up in a few more people's feeds that have similar interests to the rest of us, so we can help build that community up a bit more. So if you would be so kind, I would be very grateful. Active shooter in the house. Yep, how you doing? Well, BCTV, nice to see you. Thank you, Sarah. Much appreciated. So, guys, what we're going to do tonight, hello, Jack. How you doing? As I put that video out earlier, some of you may not have seen it. The last video that I put out, just to give you an update, or just to let us, you know, we've had a lot of new people, over 2,000 new subscribers in the last 28 days. Which is absolutely brilliant, and I'm made up. So thank you to all the people that are watching this who are new to the channel. Nice to see you all. Hello, Warrior Wales. But because we've had quite a few new people come and join the channel, subscribe to the channel, I decided to do a little video earlier just to let people know about the live stream tonight, and also to let you know that Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday I've got some personal stuff going on that I might not be able to put out much, if any, content at all. So I apologise for that in advance, but I will try and get something. Hello, Smudge. I will try and get some stuff out to you over the next few days. Just have to see how we're getting on. Tom and Jerry, I'm doing all right, mate. Thank you. I'm doing all right. Hello, Brummy. Nice to see you. Wednesday wankathon. Not quite. Wednesday is the occupational therapist, although it depends if it's a she, and it depends if she's fit. Maybe once she's gone, but we'll see. We'll take each moment as it comes. Boom, boom, giggity. So, oh dear. Hello, bearded veteran. So I wanted to obviously let people know that was happening the beginning of the week. I nearly didn't make it on time. I know I was about 3 seconds late on here, but I nearly didn't make it on time because I was sitting here, and about 15 seconds before we go live, I've gone like that and scratched my head. I was wearing a light grey t-shirt and realised, because it's bloody warm, I had a bit of a sweat patch, and I thought, shit. I ain't going on camera with a sweat patch. So I literally had to run in the bedroom, rip the t-shirt off, grab this one out of the wardrobe and throw it on quickly and get back in front of the camera. So I am kind of out of breath a little bit, but there we go. But at least I'm not showing you my sweaty pits, and that's got to be good for everybody, right? Also wanted to say, where is it? There's that. Some of you that have been following the channel for a while, some of you new guys might not know about this, but I have dropped a few comments over the past weeks, maybe month or two. Now, I've been sort of involved, or I am kind of involved in a situation that's happening down the south of the country, which is to do with it's a child safety issue, child welfare safety issue. Some of you in the comments will be able to confirm that you know what I'm talking about. I can't give too much information away right now, as I haven't been able to over the past weeks and months, because there's stuff going on in the background. So I have today had confirmation of private prosecutions, okay, and this has come from the private investigator who's working with the person who is involved in this situation. Now, there has been confirmation, as I say, of private investigations, and that things are now moving forward, and they should be picking up pace as the days and weeks move forward. The PI who's working closely with the person involved has told me on the phone today that we are on the move and that multiple people from Dorset Council and Dorset Police have either been informed of action or are to be informed over the next few days or weeks once he gets in touch with them of action against them. Okay, this is private prosecutions. Now, I believe at the moment there is 17 people who have been named in allegations of misfeasance, corruption, failure to safeguard, willful neglect, and multiple other allegations over child safety issues. These people include, and remember at the moment these are allegations, okay, so these people include Jonathan Mayer, who is the head solicitor and monitoring officer of Dorset Council, Councillor Spencer Flower, who is the leader of Dorset Council, Matt Prosser, who is the chief executive of Dorset Council, Teresa Levy, who is the executive director of Children's Services for Dorset Council, Councillor Andrew Parry, who is what's called a portfolio holder for children at Dorset Council, Cheryl Bevin and Ben Parker from Dorset Council, and Nikki David, who is head of locality for Dorset Council. Those names are among many other names, including police officers, senior police officials, all sorts of stuff across the spectrum of people who are supposed to be safeguarding our children. Okay, now as an adult, and I'm hoping that most of you are adults or at least see yourself as adults, whether you have children yourself or not, this should intrigue you. Okay, now whilst there is work still ongoing, and excuse me, I have to read from some notes that I've got on the computer here, which is why I keep looking away. Whilst there's work still being done and other people are to inform them of the action against them, the information I can give you legally, okay, is relatively small. So at this point, the information I've just given you, those names are people that are named in the allegations. Okay, again, this is not me saying that they're guilty of anything. Okay, I have to say that these are allegations only. Okay, but this could very well be one of the biggest child safeguarding stories for a while. Okay, there is a lot of people involved, very high up people in positions of authority, as they like to call it. But these are people that we hope we are going to deal with in an appropriate manner, shall we say. So this could be a massive safeguarding story to come out over the next days or weeks, okay, maybe slightly longer than that. So what I'm going to ask you to do, because when the story drops, I won't be dropping it on this channel first, okay, excuse me, although it is a council and police type issue, it's a story type that I've not dealt with on this channel before. So for that reason, it will initially be getting dropped over on this channel, the Independent Media Alliance. Now, this is my other channel. Okay, this is a business that I'm putting together. Okay, and with to do a media business. Okay, reporting, journalism, etc. Tiffany Llewellyn has just put a link in the description, in the comments rather, for a link to this channel. I'm going to ask you if you're at all interested in finding out what's going to happen, what does happen, and being on the journey, if you like. Please go and subscribe to the Independent Media Alliance -IMA channel. Okay, so if you type in Independent Media Alliance -IMA, that should bring up the channel. Okay, so if I can ask you to go over, if you're interested at all in this, please go over there and subscribe to that channel. There's nothing on there at the moment, but that will be where the story gets dropped from me first. Okay, then I'll be bringing it out over onto this channel, but it'll be going on that channel first. Okay, so thank you first of all for listening to that bit of spiel, if you like. As I say, it could be a massive story, something that I've been doing my best to help the person with where and when I can. Although I'm not going to lie and say that I've done lots. I haven't. Or I have given some help to the person involved, and for that reason, because I am fully behind this person in what they're doing, I've agreed with them that I will make people aware of what's going on through my reach on the internet. Okay, but as I say, it will be going out on the IMA YouTube channel before it comes out on this channel. So that's done and dusted. That's out of the way. Let me close that. Brilliant. So Dave, no, Crime Bodge isn't helping. Crime Bodge wasn't around when this all started, when this all kicked off, and I got involved. But do you know what? This community is how and why this situation is moving on. Okay, this person has been dealing with this situation for several years, and it has made them ill trying to get somewhere and being knocked back all the time. Okay, barriers put up all the time, and this person has been made ill because of it. And this channel right here, Police Abusing Powers, if it wasn't for this channel, I wouldn't have got in touch with the private investigator, or the private investigator wouldn't have got in touch with me through the channel, and then I wouldn't have been able to link him and the other person together in order for this work to now go forward. So I am incredibly grateful for the opportunity to run this channel, and incredibly grateful for the opportunity, or not the opportunity, but incredibly grateful to have so many people in the community that appreciate the channel, that follow us and support the channel and are part of the community. If it wasn't, as I say, if it wasn't for this channel, this person who's been going through so much shit for the past several years would not now be in a position where there's potentially a light at the end of the tunnel. Whereas before, the tunnel was fucking never ending. So, thank you, the community, because if it wasn't for you, then this woman may not be in a situation where there might be some kind of resolution to what she's been fighting for so long. So thank you all for being part of the channel. And if you're watching, which I think you are, I hope that what I've just told the channel about what I've been told I can say, I hope that you're happy with that. I don't want to obviously upset. I'm sure I'll get a message of some description if I'm wrong. Oh, there we go. I got a message saying thank you from the person. You are absolutely welcome, and I hope that as you know, I want this to be resolved, and I want the children that are involved to be safe and and well. And if I can do anything to help make that happen, even in the smallest of ways, then I am more than happy to do that. So you are very welcome. Okay, so now that's 20 minutes of your life that's not wasted, because that was important information. So I'm not going to say that was wasted, because that certainly wasn't. Hiya Shelley B, nice to see you. So again, thank you everybody. So what we're going to do is, rather than waste too much time, it's getting warm in here, and because I want to wrap up around midnight. Yes, I know, I always say that and end up being on till later. what I'm going to do is I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going to open the phone lines in just a second, and we'll get some calls going. We'll do a couple of hours of calls, get the panel on for a couple of hours as well, and you know, and we'll have a laugh and we'll have a discussion and we'll meet new people. We'll talk to new people. Hopefully, we've had a few new people phone in recently. It'd be nice to get to speak to and interact with more new people. Hello, Princess Angela. How are you doing? Bet me a tenner I'm not done at midnight. Ish. Midnight-ish. No. The phones, I've been... Right, I'll tell you what happened. I spoke to Microsoft during the week, and it turns out that my account had been temporarily suspended because, well, he gave me a list of things, a list of reasons. He couldn't tell me exactly why, but he said to me, it could be one of these reasons. So it could be I could have been using it to spam people with calls. I could, you know, all these different reasons, which none of them relate to me, apart from one. Somebody could have complained about my number, my Skype, my number on Skype, or my use of Skype. Somebody could have complained, which would then give them a reason to put a suspension on it until they speak to me. That's the only thing that I can speak to, that I can think of why the Skype wasn't working before. Now, I hope to God, they did say that the restrictions have now been lifted. I did call somebody on Skype the other day, but it was a Skype to Skype. That's not a paid. That's not a paid part of Skype. What was suspended was my paid privileges. So I'm hoping that this works tonight. Okay, so we will find out shortly. Anyway, we'll find out very shortly. In just a few minutes. Now, to be naughty, I'm going to have a cigarette. I'm going to have a sip of my Fanta. No, this isn't sponsored by Fanta. And then take some calls. I see some. Why? What's going on in the comments? Why are we using? Who's brought up crinkle? Who's bringing up that spasmataz? Hi, Crafts. No, not vodka and orange. I'll tell you what puts me off drinking vodka and orange, what I can hear outside at the moment. Yes, you know what's going on outside. If you've watched this channel for a while, you'll know what's going on outside anyway. Well, that's the only. I'm not saying it was Crinkle, but the only. Yes, Lucifer. Yes, she is outside. And no, not my girlfriend, just a neighbour. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that somebody complained about my use of Skype for some reason. I don't even make calls on Skype. People call me, so I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, it is the nutty neighbour. It is the head case neighbour. Now, unfortunately, I don't have my camera because the police have still got that in London, along with all my other fucking equipment, you metropolitan wankers. If I did have it, it'd be plugged in and I could go to the window with it. But as it is, I don't have it, so we can't see what's going on. But there we go. So while we're waiting for the next couple of minutes, how's everybody been? Has everyone had a good weekend? Yeah, I don't want to use that one, Lucifer, because I'm going to be giving that one away. Get her to come to the window. Yes, I'll open the window and call her, get her to poke her head through the window, shall I? Fucking no thanks. She'll look in here and she'll go, oh, crack money if I sell this lot. It's my weekend's been all right, to be honest. Free toed links. It's well, it would have been quite chilled. Um, it would have been quite chilled. I had to do that video yesterday. I've had a couple of videos to do today because I've got stuff to do tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So I'm not sure whether I'm going to get a chance to put anything out over the next few days. Although I'm hoping I can, but because of that, I've had to do some work today and yesterday. But other than that, it's been all right. It's all right. Keep an eye on the cat flap. We nearly saw the cat flap last time I filmed her, didn't we? Oh, I just made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, that is. The knobhead last night. Oh, no, don't worry about that, Spence. Don't be silly. Um, it happens. Yeah, you know, people come on and they disguise their comments, you know, in a way that makes it vaguely look like a legitimate comment, but they're being dicks. So you know, I've been fooled by it before, and I've liked a comment, and then I've had to go back and unlike it because I've realised what they actually meant. So don't worry about that. Struggling mentally last night, a bit better now. I'm sorry to hear that, bearded vet. I don't know what you've got going on at the moment, obviously, but I hope it's something that you can get over. And if you do need to, if you need to chat at all, I mean, you know, you can always get hold of me in the you've got the Discord server, got email if you want to chat at all. By all means, give us a shout. Um, how am I after realising I've aged 30 years or 20 years in 3 years? Not very happy. Not very happy at all. I saw that image earlier and I thought to myself, fuck me, who's that handsome bastard? Fucking hell, it's me. Hello, Princess Angela. How are you, my love? Hiya, Marie. I look better without hair. I look older. I look fucking old. Considering that other picture that I, you know, from fucking 3 years ago. I mean, Jesus Christ, that is one hell of a difference. And now I know I've had. I think in that time, I think I've had the four. Well, I had 3 strokes, and they said there was evidence of a previous stroke. Now that previous stroke could have been that time that I hit the deck on camera when I was filming. That could have been the previous stroke. So I potentially had 4 strokes in 3 years. I'm fucking still here. Yes, I'm still smoking. Come on, just have a go at me now. Get it out of the way. Um, but you know, I look fucking terrible though. I really do. Paul Essex, how you doing, brother? From Southend. What area? Don't have to be exact, but what area? I'm 250 miles away, by the way. I'm not coming to look for you. Have I tried vaping, David Kelly? Um, yeah, I've got 3 flavours with me tonight, um, which I'm going to try and stick to those most of tonight and just have a few cigarettes. 3 strokes 4 years ago, BCTV. It's fucking mental, isn't it? CJ Audits from Ireland. How are you, brother? Or sister? That's presumptuous of me, isn't it? But yeah, vaping made me choke initially. I was talking to somebody on the phone today about vaping, and problem is when you get a vape for the first time, you take the same sort of puff that you do from a cigarette. Difference is the even though this is water vapor, it's heavier than the tobacco smoke when it hits the back of your throat. So that can make you choke. So what I did initially is I was just having smaller puffs. Just having, like, imagine you've got a chest infection and you're still smoking. You can't take a proper puff on your cigarette, so you just take a smaller toke on your cigarette. You just do the same with vape, and I'm fine with it now. Paul Essex is from Leon C. One of my old stomping grounds. Hi, Mark H. How you doing? Right, okay. So what we're going to do now is this. So 01519 5289590. Give us a ring, share your story, whistle blow, talk crap, call me names. I don't mind, especially to call me names. Whoa, that was loud. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello, Dan. How you doing?
Hello, how you doing?
Not bad, not bad. What have you been up to?
Well, apart from a couple of videos today, video yesterday. Other than that, just kind of chilling out a little bit. Done a little bit of housework, but other than that, my weekends the same as it normally is. To be fair, what about yourself?
Same. I'm just going to try and get back into work. I've got a psychological evaluation on Wednesday,
Right.
so hoping to get back into work. I'm just ringing up to tell you that I'm probably coming off your channel the next couple of days.
Right. Okay.
Because it's not good for me, Dan. Like I said to you loads of times, I've got PTSD, hypervigilators.
Yeah.
That I believe people attacking me in the comments, and that's why I get pissed off for.
Right. Okay.
I just it's but not good for me.
Okay. Well, that's a shame.
It's just that I have some time to speak to them on Facebook, because as I actually, I sent you the proof what I've been accused of. I never said. And last week again, you still the comments. So I just thought, I can't be asked with this anymore.
Right. Okay. I mean, look, I don't understand this hypervigilance or whatever it's called thing properly. Don't understand it properly, but I get that if
you look it up, it's that you see enemies where there isn't enemies, or you think you get an attack where there's no attack is.
Right, got ya.
And stuff that I've done in the past, Dan, is that I don't want to say this. I probably get called a liar anyway. But when you've been tortured, Dan, you get fucked up in the head. And I can't stand the stupid little comments anymore, basically.
Well, that's the internet for you, though. Unfortunately, apart from actually getting silly comments from people, which same as I do, it's easy to misunderstand what people are saying as well and take that as an attack, and when potentially you're just not understanding the context that somebody's putting something across. I'm not saying that is the case, but that is part of being on the internet, unfortunately.
I understand that, but it's every week, Dan. I'll be honest with you, it's getting to the point now where like I said to you before, I'm going back to my old ways. And that's what I'm trying to do. That's why I thought I'd see the doctors on Wednesday to get back into my job.
Right.
Because, like I said to you, Dan, it's been a 2.5 years experiment, and this life's not for me. Never have been.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean,
Like I said to you, Dan, you saw the proof. I never said what I've been accused of saying. I said
I'll be honest with you, Bobby. I'll be honest with you, right? That is an issue that didn't involve me and doesn't involve me. Do you know what I mean? And I don't, I'm not going to fall out with anybody over a comment. The same as if you said something to somebody else and they said to me that pissed me off. Well, as I've got to be honest with you, and I get where you're coming from, but I've got to be honest with you. It's something that could easily have been dealt with and all blown over by now. But
that's what I wanted. Dan, I tried to have COVID about anyone. But
Right.
last week when I said I got shot in the head, actually got shot in the head, the bullets ricocheted up, and that's why I sent you the picture. Did you see the picture of me forehead, the scar on it?
I haven't. No, I haven't had. I've still got emails from people that sent me 2 weeks ago. I've not looked through yet. I have to go through things as they arrive to me. Otherwise I lose things. So I haven't had a chance yet.
Anyway, we've got to talk about that video put up about that fella cutting his throat.
Yeah.
Pedo. Why did he take a knife with him then?
Well, Roger brought this up.
I think.
Roger brought that up in the comments. Okay, now as I said to Roger, is when I do a video, sometimes I'll notice something and I won't say it. Not all the time. Sometimes I do overlook stuff. Sometimes I purposely don't mention something because I want other people to bring it up and create that conversation in the comments. Roger was that person on that video. That is not the sort of tool that you would have in your vehicle, in my opinion. And we've got to be careful because it's an open case at the moment as well. But as far as I'm concerned, that's not the sort of tool that you would have in your vehicle for any reason. Okay, it looks like a boning knife is what it looks like. The shape of the blade looked like a boning knife. Now, why anyone would have that, and as you say, in their vehicle when they are allegedly going to meet a child under the age of 14.
Well, I think that child was going out that car alive. That's what I think, myself personally.
Well, again, I can't agree or disagree because I've got to be careful what I say. Obviously legal ramifications and all that stuff. So, I know what I think, and I probably think what many other people think. I just don't want to say it out loud because I could get into trouble for saying that out loud. But as for why somebody would have such a thing in the vehicle, as many people have said when they're going to meet what they believe to be a child, let's face it, there's not many reasons why, is there?
I think, to be honest with you, that's where the fella punched him. And he didn't punch him because he's saved, he punched him because he's a pedo.
Yeah, I said that in the video. The punch wasn't to knock the knife out of his hand or anything like that, because the guy called him a pedo after he punched him. So that shows to me that wasn't a punch to try and disarm him. But I've looked back at that video several times, and I think to myself, why? When he was standing against the car and he had the knife. Now, I know it's different if you're there from sitting here and watching it. But my first instinct would have been to put my size 9 in his belly or in his bollocks. Okay. And so put him on the floor, he would have dropped the knife. Okay, and then you could have grabbed him and detained him. That would have been my first reaction. But as I say, these were people, apparently from watching the video, these people didn't necessarily have an idea what they were doing with regards to a sting. as they call it. It's nothing, absolutely nothing like any of the others that I've seen. I think maybe these were people, and I don't know, but I think maybe these were people that haven't done it before. They didn't have the right people with them. They didn't have any security with them, and it all went to shit. And I reckon it'll be the last time they do one as well after that.
But this got to fuck all the other stuff down this road. Like this, the other pedo hunters are doing good work. I think there's about 24. One's got about 20 to 24 convictions under his belt. And this, why don't you just let him do it? Why don't you just fucking stopping him? Why don't you just let the prick do it? Take him out of the gene pool.
Because then listen, it's easy to say that. Okay, it's easy to say, why didn't you just let him finish himself off? And that's an anger thing. Okay, that's an anger thing because you want them to. But the thing is, they're not going to get any punishment from that. And I know, let's face it, paedophiles hardly get much punishment these days anyway. But doing himself in isn't going to punish him. It's going to punish his family that probably have no idea what kind of a cretin that he is, potentially. If he's got his own kids, his wife perhaps, or whatever, right? There's other people that are going to be the ones that suffer, not him. So when to say why didn't you just finish him off? If he was convicted, right, first, I'd say let him do what he needs to do. See you later. Do you know what I mean? I'll be the first one to kick dirt on the coffin. Yeah, but until somebody's, until he's actually convicted, we can all turn around and say he's a predator now. Can't say he's a paedophile now because he hasn't been convicted of being a paedophile, but he is a predator because he was preying on what he believed allegedly to be a child under 14. So again, you've got to be, it's about wording, isn't it? You've got to be careful how you word things, but I think if you stood there and you let him do himself in, as a human being, we still have a responsibility to other human beings. I'd avert him to get the knife off of him. Absolutely, I'd avert him to get the knife off of him, right? But letting him do himself in, I think, you'd find yourself in some shit as well. If you just stood there and allowed it to happen.
But it's thinking about it, Dan, that, like I said to you, there's no deterrent anymore.
No, you're right.
He goes to prison 6 months, a year. The one who used to live next door to us when I used to live with his wife, he only got 11 months.
Yeah.
He was prostituting out a young girl. So he only got 11 months. And that's the stuff. And he went on it's the sex arrested there for, I think, 6 years. That's nothing.
Yeah.
And the prick is getting away. Like, he's done another story a few months ago. The fella said sorry. He got let off. Oh, I'm sorry. But they're fucking up our future. Our kids are our future. And these sick bastards down and get away with it.
I know.
In the old days, you used to get people get hanged or whatever. But now, you don't do that. Oh, go to prison. Go to prison. You've got all sorts in prison. We paid for it. And then we're supposed to be sorry for them people. Oh, shit.
Well, it's you know what I think about the justice system when it comes to things like that. They don't, which is why even when it's not a copper who's been caught as being a pedo, which is why sometimes I'll report on it because it's a judge that's let a pedo walk out of court on his second or third offence, for example, and I think that needs highlighting because it's absolutely fucking disgusting. Which, as I say, sometimes is nothing to do with the police, but I agree. I think the justice system's fucked. It's too lenient, not just on paedophiles, but on many crimes. They overreact on crimes, non-crimes, or things that have got no harm, loss, or damage, and they underreact on the rest. Listen, Bobby, I'm gonna have to move on to the next call, mate. I want to try and keep as many people as I can on tonight. But cheers for calling in. I'll speak to you soon. Ta-ra, mate. So, I mean, that was a fucked up video, obviously, that we saw. Can you still hear me okay, people? Just trying something out here. Can you still hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. So that must be the fader for the Skype. Right, okay, so I've turned that down a little bit so it's not too loud, and I'll turn it up when I answer the call. So that whole video I put out on Saturday about the guy that you know took a knife to his neck, being careful what I say, was okay. Somebody tried calling and hung up. Was screwed up. Was absolutely screwed up. The link to the video, John, is on the video I put out on Saturday. It's in the description. Videos on my Twitter page. Can't put it on YouTube because YouTube will have me off straight away and they'll fuck my channel for it. So I've stuck it onto Twitter. Check Steve Baker's comment about Steve Baker. Where's Steve Baker? Can anyone tell me what the difference is between a caution and a conditional caution? I'll be honest, I've not heard of a conditional caution before. I know what a conditional discharge is. Right, conditional cautioning is a statutory disposal for offenders for the police to use an alternative to a charge. Can be used when a public interest would be better served by offenders carrying out specific conditions attached to a caution rather than being taken to court. Okay, so it sounds like rather than just giving somebody a caution, this is what it sounds like to me, and this is Essex Police, this is the first one that came up, is almost like, like you would get bail conditions. Yeah. So a conditional caution would be a caution for an offence, but it comes with conditions to do or not do something. For example, go to a specific area. So it would be like bail conditions, I would assume. I mean, the Sentencing Council is here as well. Sentencing Council, conditional caution requires an offender to comply with conditions as an alternative to prosecution. The conditions that can be attached must be rehabilitative, reparative, and or a financial penalty. If the offender is a relevant foreign offender, conditions can be offered that have the object of effecting departure from preventing return. So it's like bail conditions. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry. Police Abuse and Powers. Hello. My name is Basmo. How are you?
How you doing, Basmo? I'm fine, thank you.
I'm all right. There's a couple of things I wanted to speak about, actually. Do you like my number, first of all?
I did see. I thought to myself, that's a fucking blag number, that one. I thought that can't be right.
You didn't
I mean, that's fucking more nines that I've seen in my lifetime. Fucking hell.
2 digits in it. It's all nines. There we go. Well, what I wanted to speak about, first of all, is, do you remember when you went to Liverpool with Marty Blackburn?
Yeah.
And the chap who got knocked out when he fell. Is he doing okay?
As far as I know, yeah. I mean, he was all right after that. He was so pissed. I don't think he felt it. I mean, he knocked himself Sparko.
Yeah,
but
I ended up with a parking fine.
What for?
I came down. Sorry, go on.
You ended up with a parking fine?
Yeah, I came down. I live in Skelmersdale. And I came down to, I thought, I'm going to have to go down there. It's only down the road. And I parked up and ended up with the park. Couldn't find you. You'd obviously gone on the Liverpool one little mission by then. You want some content, so I was about going to Skelmersdale Police Station then.
The what, sorry?
The Skelmersdale Police Station. No one's audited Skelmersdale Police Station. And do you know what? This is an issue what's been going on for quite a while actually.
Right.
Is that the police station's been closed for over 4 years, and the local papers had stated that the police station has only took 18 months to refurbish. Now, I know Map 128 had done the audit at the fire station because they were using the fire station at the time. But the police station has now been done. And my point is, and I've tried to pull up coppers about this, saying, listen, what's your point about, well, you know, even the MPs, everyone's going silent on this. 4 years it took for the police station to be refurbished, but they're only saying it's 18 months. Where's the rest of the money gone? The taxpayers are getting robbed here, man. Taxpayers are getting robbed.
This is something I explained about. I think it was
total corruption.
Was it Dorset? It might have been Dorset Council and Dorset Police. I think it was, with the new police station that they was having built. They wouldn't give out. They said it was like business secrets or some shit. I can't remember the term they used, and they wouldn't tell the public how much it's cost. Okay. But the police are listen. We know, okay, without a doubt, we know that whoever is dealing with these new builds, dealing with public money, has got little deals going on with the builders, with the contractors. Right, listen, you give me a receipt for this much, I'll bung you an extra this much, and I'll keep the rest of that. Right, we know that happens, okay? But the problem is they're doing it now in such a blatant fashion, okay, that we can all see what's going on, but they're almost immune from us because it's so difficult for a normal member of the public to do anything about it. Okay, when it comes to councils or police, which is what I was talking about earlier. This person down in Dorset who's having who's now moving forward with some action against some child safeguarding issues that they've been having for several years, because they haven't had the right person on their side. They've not been able to do anything. They get knocked back, they get ignored, they get fobbed off, and this is what happens when we try and argue.
Well, society's going mad, isn't it? You know, I mean, I was watching a video of Charlie Reach, and he was it was a pretty recent one actually, and he's videoing, you know, I mean, I've got a friend who's a cross-dresser, and he's all right, you know, sorry?
Are you going to mention about when he was under the tunnel?
No. Do you know? No, not the, what is it called? No. It was the one where there was like a kind of protest, and there were two protests, and the last caller, I think it was, who was mentioning about paedophiles and that. There was obviously there's some trans people who are wanting to work with kids.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, let's go back years ago, and if you think about it, they're bringing up, you know, some people are using Lily Savage as an excuse. Lily Savage was an adult-only comedy act.
Yeah.
Paul O'Grady. I think he's lived over your neck of the woods. But the point of this is, there's got to be a fine line here. There's got to be an end to this thing. You know, I am not anti-gay. I'm not anti... You know, I'm a person... Live and let live.
Yeah.
But come on, there's a point here. What's going on? These people. What is correct? Was protests outside. I think someone ended up coming out with a knife or something.
Really?
And they want to work with kids now. When you're 16, you abide under your parents' rules until you're 16.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh, after 16, do what you want. If you want to go and change your sex, whatever. If you religion, etc. These people are trying to exploit kids, and in my opinion, I don't know whether anyone else has got any other comments on this, but in my opinion, I think it's very wrong, and I think that that's something. This line has now been overcrossed, and it's like, what I'm thinking is, are these people actual paedophiles trying to, let's legalise paedophilia now? I mean, what's going to be next? this has got to stop. You know?
I don't disagree with you, and I put a video out recently about Ada HD, the drag queen story hour person. Okay, and I put a big video out on some information I found out about that person. Now, since then, I've found some images of that person. Now, they're still quite young, they're in their 20s, as far as I can remember. Now, I've seen some images that have come from that person's Twitter profile, talking about going certain places because there's, you know, kids of 14 and blokes of 60 and love has no age and shit like that. Right, now stuff like that gets my spider senses tingling. Do you know what I mean? Right, what, you know, this person who's supposed to be a councils are falling over themselves to show how woke they are, getting this person in, right? But without doing any research on the person. Okay, and I proved they didn't do any research on the person because a councillor turned around and said, "Oh, they're a well-established business, blah 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 blah." No, they're not. They're not well established. But this is the thing that exactly. But this is the thing, they're not well established, and I proved this. I went through Company's House and I found their original company, which had only been going for a couple of years, which doesn't make it well established. They didn't put any financial information through Company's House, so it didn't trade. Then the new company's only been open for less than a year. Do you know what I mean? So they're not well established. They don't know who this person is, and if they'd have seen the pictures that this person had on their Twitter page, they would. I'm telling you, they wouldn't have invited them in. But I agree, and you know, and again, I've got friends, and I've had friends that are gay. I've worked with people that are gay. I've had people that are gay work for me. I don't.
I mean, some of the gay people are even saying, "Whoa, hang on, you know, you're over crossing the mark here. You know, it's enough's enough. You can't have transsexual people going to the, like, I mean, what's it, primary schools, working with and saying, oh, you can have a sex change. Oh, come on, kids don't even know what's going on. They go through phases and until they grow up at 16, 17, 18. Wow, I really couldn't believe what I was like. Wow, are these people actually? All right, listen, I know you've got other callers. Thank you very much for let me speak to you, and you welcome. Take care, and and just keep up to your hospital things, and just keep strong, and well done to you anyway. Absolute credit to every single one of the human normal people that we are. Brilliant.
No worries. Well, listen, thank you for calling. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks. All right.
Look after yourself.
Bye now.
Ta-da, mate. Ta-da. Yeah, it's a bit of a controversial one, that one, isn't it? The Ada HD. Oh, God. Oh. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hi, Dan. How you doing, mate?
Hello, who's this?
It's Gordon, Bournemouth.
Hello, Gordon. How are you, my friend?
Yeah, not free bad, mate.
Good stuff. What can I do for you, my friend?
I phoned, I think maybe last week or the week before. I'm your friend, local friendly cancer sufferer from down in Bournemouth.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. How you doing, bud?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Getting by, as we all are.
Good stuff. I mean, you're looking well. You know.
Oh, you wouldn't say that if you saw the picture I put on Facebook earlier. Honestly, I found a picture of myself from 2 years ago this month. Sorry, 3 years ago this month. Yeah. In fact, it was a picture from the 29th of August, 3 years ago. And I've put a before and now, put them next to each other. And I got told by somebody it looks like I've been hit by the fucking death ray. So, aged 30 years in 3 years.
It's better than being hit by a fucking bus, though, isn't it? Hey, listen, bud. I've just got a little comment for Bobby. He seems to be, you know, quite upset about stuff.
Yeah.
And I've all I'm going to say is, I've got terminal cancer. I've got months to live. I've got a friend of mine that stopped over last night, and she's stopping over again tonight because she's afraid to go home because of her neighbours,
Right.
because of harassment from her neighbour. My friend's 70 years young, bless her. Say hello, Lynn. Say hello.
Hello, Lynn.
And, bless her, she's a lovely soul. She's got nobody else but me. And when I've fucked off, I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, it's just, Bobby, you might be going through some shit, mate, but there are plenty of other people in worse off situations than yourself. I'm doing the best that I can for my friend that's 70 years old. I'm only, 48, I think? It's like 47. I forget how old I am.
I do as well. Don't worry about it.
But, it's just, I'm doing the best that I can for me. I'm doing the best that I can for my friend Lynn, and she doesn't know this yet, but I'll be going home with her tomorrow,
Right.
and just to support her in front of this egregious neighbour that she's got. She's had trouble with this neighbour for a few years, to be honest. Yeah, he's now got family around, and with the summer being here, she's got her windows open, and they're all asking him, "Oh, why didn't she come down and talk to us?" Well, the thing is that he hasn't admitted to them that he attacked her a few years ago. And he stood there in his bald brass bollocks saying, "Oh, I don't know why she's not talking to us." But little does he know that reports have been made to the police. She's given a statement to the police over the rape. When I turn up tomorrow, he won't be happy, but he'll have to fucking swallow it. But Linda will be phoning the police tomorrow to make another report, to go on top of the other reports that have been made. And hopefully we can get something sorted for her. She's already been offered a bungalow by the Housing Association.
All right.
So hopefully, when we've rung the police, made the report, she'll then ring the Housing Association on Tuesday when they open the offices up again.
Right.
And she'll say, I've made a police report. And
if you get a report, a reference number.
Yeah.
That stuff goes in your favour.
Am I doing everything right there, Dan?
Well, it sounds right, yeah. I mean, it's always best to, because they always, the things like the council, they work with the police, don't they? We know they do, and as much as they like to deny it, if you've got a police reference number, that will always go in your favour when it comes to working with the council or anything like that, or even with the doctor, for example. Anything that you need something done.
Well, she's got a doctor's note. She's got a doctor's note to say she's got dodgy knees, and she's on the first floor. So that's another reason why she's getting offered a bungalow. Yeah.
Well, the doctor's note, a reference number from the police, all of this kind of stuff is just gonna bulk out her claim that she needs to be moved ASAP, and hopefully, I won't say it will, because we know that all these organisations are a bunch of shit, aren't they? To be fair,
wheels turn slowly. Yeah,
they do. Yeah, but it can't do anything but help. It's not gonna hinder the process, is it? Do you know what I mean? If anything, it's going to give it some extra additional weight to get things moving. So so fingers crossed anyway.
So I've done everything right. I'm just asking for your advice, mate. I've done everything right, yeah?
Yeah, no,
rather than go down there and choke the living shit out of the little cunt.
Yeah, no, but that's not, that then they'll be the one that probably gets rehoused. That's just sod's law, isn't it? But no,
Hey, listen,
I mean,
if I had my way, it'd be rehoused in the fucking box 6 foot under, love.
I mean, to be honest, Tina, Tina Chave, if she's on here still, she was on here a little bit while ago, I think. She deals with things like that more than I do. So when it comes
Yeah.
to things like the housing issues and things like that, I know she's helped a few people on the channel already. And so far, apart from one person, and we won't talk about that person because they're saying
Okay,
it
no,
because
no mentioning, yeah. Yeah, moving on.
they just say what they say because they've got a bee in their bonnet. But everybody else that I've spoken to has been helped by Tina, and she is still here, and they're very pleased with what Tina's done with them and for them. So she is still here. Tina is.
That's all right.
I mean, if
Is there any way I can find? Has Tina got her own channel on YouTube, or
if you go to her website, somebody's going to poke it into the comments for us in just a second.
okay,
There we go. As I speak,
independentadvice.net.uk. Got it.
So independent-advice-net. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you go to that, and there's information on there, but there's also a way to contact Tina through that website as well.
Sound.
All right, but she would be better at giving you information with regards to that kind of thing than I. Although I do know some bits, I'm certainly nowhere near as versed in it as Tina.
Just after a little assurance on I'm heading in the right direction, sort of thing.
I'd say you are, yeah. I mean, I'd do the same thing. I'd be doing the same thing. So, absolutely the same thing.
Yeah. All right,
good.
then. Much appreciated for your time, buddy.
No, you're welcome, and it's nice. It's nice that your friend there has got you helping her out.
Oh, bless you, buddy. Bless you, and bless you, and bless your channel, and all your followers, and everybody in chat. I've seen the lovely comments, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
No worries. You look after yourself.
Keep smiling, buddy.
Always.
Keep shining. Oh, hang on. No, it's all right, bud. I'll speak to you in a bit.
All right. Take care now.
All right. Bye for now, mate.
Bye. Bye. That was a nice call. I'm still waiting for a call where somebody phones me up just to call me names. Crinkle, where are you? I'm not going to say that anymore. I've said his name twice. If I say it a third time, the cunt will appear. You hung up before I could answer. Boy, stop playing silly buggers. To be honest, he got booted. Oh fuck me! I nearly said his name again. Hello. Good evening.
Hello,
and
you
welcome.
cunt. Fuck off.
Oh fucking hell! It's the Lucifer.
Fuck off, cunt.
How you doing? How are you? Are you going to talk or not? Fucking hell. Check Discord for. I'm on Discord. What? Whereabouts, Holly? Which one? Oh. Bye then. I think he must. I think old Lucifer must have been on a vinegar stroke. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Welcome, good evening, and hello. Goodbye. Oh, seem to have a few people that seem a little bit shy. Lost Souls. I'm looking on Discord. Oh, in the message. Is it a message? Oh, Bumblebee. I'll have to have a look in a second. Hello, caller.
Hello, Dan. It's Simon here. How are you doing?
I'm not so bad, Simon. How are you?
Not too bad. I just want to talk about what's happening in Liverpool with that young lassie. God bless. I feel it's awful. What's happened and all that. And obviously, with the gangs in Liverpool and all that. There must be a real deep problem. Not just in Liverpool, but in a lot of cities across the UK.
Oh God, yeah. It's getting worse everywhere you go now, isn't it? It's not. It's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate anyway, but it's unfortunate that it was Liverpool where it happened. I mean, it could have happened, as you say, in any town in England at the moment, with the way things are going.
Yeah, it's absolutely dreadful, with all the stuff that's happening and all that, and I blame the government policy as well, and partly, not overall, but with gangs and all that. But it's like obviously things need to be done, and to stop this happening again, really,
Well, it seems to me it's like social services, right? They're too afraid to act when there is an actual problem, and
like what you were talking about earlier.
And they're all too happy to act when there's no fucking problem and make a problem.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well.
Waiting for shit to happen before you do something about it is not the way to keep people safe.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's devastating, really, isn't it? It's absolutely devastating.
Of course it is.
I just, it absolutely sickened me, like when I seen the news reports, because I don't watch the news now, and I just watch it briefly and what have you, but I thought, God almighty, the kid, obviously that's been two in the last 15 years or whatever, and well, it's been a few more actually, hasn't there? But
there's been a few, but the children-wise, I think is it nine, somewhere between 9 and 15 years was the last one. Reese, wasn't it? I think was
awful.
The last one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's awful. Absolutely dreadful.
But there has been not necessarily deaths, but there's the shootings and stabbings that are going on is getting out of hand. Of course it is. But again, there's so many police that are it sounds horrible, but and it sounds like I'm really being a bastard here, but when you've got 15, 20 people from the police going to a pride event, for example, in their uniform, if they're in uniform, they're on duty as far as I'm concerned. They shouldn't be going out and partying and dancing and fuck knows what else whilst they're on duty, while there are crimes to be solved. If they're off duty, by all means, knock yourself out. You're off duty, do what you want in your own free time. But if you're in uniform and you're on duty, you do your fucking job.
Exactly. And it's like you say, it seems to be low-level crimes, non-crimes that we deal with instead of the big crimes, which is the annoying thing, and that's why we're losing faith in them, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And that's the real reason, and I wonder why. It's absolutely scandalous, mate. But do you know what? You're great at what you do anyway, and you're a fabulous guy, and I love watching your videos and all that as well,
Thank you, appreciate it.
And you have a nice evening, but I'll keep it short and brief anyway.
No worries.
Nice. Well, I'll keep watching. All the best, fella.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
Okay, all the best.
Look after yourself. Now. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
God, I had some nice phone calls tonight. Well, I don't say nice phone calls. Obviously, we're talking about things that aren't necessarily so nice, but people have been quite nice to me this evening. Apart from Lucifer, of course, but he's just a wanker, so we'll just ignore him. At least I've had nobody phone up trying to throw false accusations at me tonight. So there we go. Could I have spoken too soon? Hello, good evening and welcome.
You got me again.
Oh, fucking hell. I'll tell you what, Lucifer, what's fucking gorgeous and hangs up? Fucking tosser. It's sickening. It's sickening what happened. You know, it's not. What?
You a cunt. Fuck off.
Fuck. This is supposed to be a grown man. Lucifer is apparently a grown adult man, and this is how he behaves. Fucking hell. No, you're welcome, Basmo. Thank you for calling in, mate. Listen, Barbara, police and crime commissioners will use any excuse they can not to have to hold a chief constable to account. The police and crime commissioner is one of the only people other than the crime commissioner is one of the only people
Hello?
other than hello.
Hello, Dan. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you. Who's this?
This is Gerald from Wales.
How are you, Gerald?
I'm just wondering what you think, like, because I think the police have they're lacking total respect from the people.
Yeah, there's respect from the people has
gone. They are lacking total respect from the people.
Yeah, people have lost respect in the police. I mean, you know, all you've got to do is look at how many, as we've spoken about on the channel, how many crimes are not being investigated, reported, or solved. The police are there for those three purposes, and they can't even get that right.
You get instances where you try to report a disturbance problem, and they just, you call 999, they say a phone 101.
Yeah, and they're not interested.
No, definitely not interested.
Yeah, it's absolute madness. It's, as I say, that
is it down to ignorance?
It's down to, I think it's politicalisation, if that's how you pronounce the words. Politicisation. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but that's the word I'm looking for. Years ago, the police were there to serve and protect the public. Okay, prevent crime, investigate crime, lock up criminals. Right. Nowadays, they only do those things. Number one, if it falls in their lap. Okay, so they've got no work to do, really. It just falls in their lap.
Or they are forced to do it.
Or they're forced to do it. And being forced to do something is, in my opinion, generally, a large proportion of that is political move from one way or another. Okay, whether it be a protest that they need to go and get themselves involved in, or...
to get the figures up.
Yeah.
Attendance figures, yeah?
Yeah. Again, not about, I mean, because at the end of the day, the police have quotas, okay? Right, so...
Oh, yeah, they definitely have quotas. My cousin was a detective inspector.
Yeah.
Right? And he told me several ways that, they asked to, they asked, but they more or less told that this is your quotas for this month.
Yeah, and the reason they've got quotas is because it all goes to, it all eats away at their budget. Okay, so then the following year they go to the government and they say we need more money. Okay, because every year they want more money. Now the proof of a decent police force would be a reduction in crime. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah, which we don't see, and we haven't seen. Okay, so to prove a police force is doing the job, you would have a reduction in crime, and you would have police shouting from the rooftops that there is a reduction in crime, but they don't. They did through COVID because they tried to make out that they was the reason that there was less crime through the lockdowns, which is fucking ridiculous. But the police will use what was I saying? What was I saying? Sorry, you have to excuse me because sometimes
Reduction in crime and
still
during the
goes. Yeah.
lockdown.
So you would think that the reduction in crime would be good thing, okay? But as far as the police are concerned, it's not, because it means that if they aren't dealing with that many more crimes, then the government are going to give them less money. So the following year they'll have less money. But if they're doing their job properly, they wouldn't need all that money because there wouldn't be that many crimes being committed. Job
Yes,
done.
but any funny that the right, their reductions in crime always come before the next tax year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They'll have a spike of like 3 or 4 months, and they'll literally how can I put it? Pinpoint things and go out for it.
Yeah,
right?
well, it's like the council. This is why just before April every year you see a lot of roadworks getting done, or a lot of roadworks.
Everything, because we haven't spent our money and we got to get rid of it.
I won't say the roadworks are getting done, but there's a lot of roadworks that are set up, and that's to use up the rest of their money for the budget. The same with the police. Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, I think it's dreadful how the police actually talk to the public. You know what I mean? I think they are far out of touch.
I think they're so far out of touch. It's going to take more than a few, a few arrests to get the public back on side. In fact, I've said this. I think it's going to take a complete overhaul. That the entire policing system, in my opinion, it is just my opinion, needs an overhaul. And until that happens, the public are going to continue.
But you've got to see, Dan. You've got all this bullshit about the government telling you that they employing 20,000 more police officers. Do you know some more have left the service since they right?
Yeah, of course.
Since that. Right, so it's natural wastage. Right, they haven't employed no one.
No, well, a lot of people only want to join the police now, okay, because of the pretty much guaranteed pension, regardless of what the fuck they do, the protection that they get generally from the rest of them, and the power element of it. You know, people always use the cliche, oh, I want to join the police because I want to make the place a better, the town a better place to live, blah, blah, blah. Bollocks you do.
It's not to do with the money.
There's nothing to do with that at all, right? Nothing to do with wanting to make the town a
nice
place to live.
If you want to make an impact in your community, right, be active with the people.
Yeah.
Be active with them. And make it your business. I will visit them people every week or whatever. You know what I mean? And you get to know the people.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, they hide themselves from the public these days. They don't want to interact.
Yeah, but why
you.
is it? See, Dan, right? I've seen a lot. You could do great videos. I don't like the number one. But do you know something? You get all these corrupt police officers, and you can never get a photo of them.
Yeah, the photo side of things can be very annoying for me as well.
That should be a public record for the simple reason is there are people in everybody's community of that police force.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a public interest matter that people should have these photos and see who these people are.
Yeah, so they can be outed on what they've done.
I mean, they do it to us, don't they? They go trawling social media and they'll nick our pictures without even asking.
But you can't do it to them, look.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Anyway, on a personal note, how are you feeling now?
I'm okay.
No, you're not saying you're number one, but you're okay.
No, I'm doing all right. I've got, I still have me moments. Obviously, I'm still, I had the 3 strokes. Was it last year or I can't even remember when it was now, or a year before. I
Last
can't
year it
remember.
was.
But
Last
but
year.
I mean, I was lucky, obviously, that I wasn't left with any visible physical remnants of the stroke. But I have been left with the tiredness, the brain farts I keep getting, and weakness, and that does affect me on a daily basis still.
Yeah, well, I have a few strokes, and I get that as well. So it's not it's terrible when you can't get up in the morning, and you
Yeah.
think I don't want to get up. You know
Well,
what I mean?
this is one of the reasons why I still do the channel. I mean,
Yeah.
I was off for almost a year because of the strokes, and I came back. And the reason why I try and do stuff every day, which I do manage, almost every weekday, on most weeks, is because it gives me a purpose. If I didn't have that, I probably wouldn't get out of bed. To be fair,
No, you wouldn't get out of
and I'm
bed.
not saying
No,
that to be. I'm not
no.
saying that to be dramatic, but I
No,
genuinely wouldn't
it's
have
true.
anything to do.
I know the feeling myself. I know the feeling myself. So
It's,
don't worry about that. But it's a pleasure to talk to you.
and
I'm glad I
yourself.
got through. I'm glad I got through. And keep up the good work. And
Thank you.
I watch nearly every one of your videos that I can find. And I mean, it gives me a little bit. Well, how can I put it?
Something to look forward to.
Yeah, well, it's not just that. It's just that you see all this corruption and everything like that, and people don't believe you.
Yeah.
Right? People don't believe you. And
Even now, people don't believe it. Even I
right,
put all this stuff out, and even now, people don't believe it, and it's madness.
and I just think, like I said, I talked to my neighbours and that. I said, if you watch this and how the police approach people and everything like that, you'd be super amazed, like that how much they abuse people, right? And the person there is dumbfounded about how they treat them,
Yeah.
and it's never right. Anyway, I'll let you crack on.
No worries. No
All
worries.
right, and you take care of yourself, but make sure you number one.
Well, I'll do my best. Let's put it that
All
way.
right.
All right. You look
Okay.
after yourself.
Take care.
Bye bye now. Oh, all these people phoning up saying nice things to me. What's going on tonight? Hello, good evening, and welcome.
You plonker.
Who's that? Who the fuck was that? Fucking Del Boy, Rodney, you plonker. Hello again.
All right, I'm sorry. I don't want to take over or anything.
That's all right. Go on.
Do you know your last caller? I'm going to turn. Let me turn this down. Do you know what? I'll just go into the other room. I used to phone up with James Stanich and Scotty McClue. Do you remember those days? No. All right, don't worry.
To be honest.
It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. Now, listen. Do you know? There's two things I want to speak about. Do you know my phone number? I'm sorry about speaking. I'm not a selfish person, by the way.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I like to help others. That's what I do. Do you know my phone number?
Yeah.
Right. Can you just leave out the normal digits and just let everyone know what it is? Go on.
Right. Well, let's put it this way. This phone number has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 7 nines in it. So
That's the one. Right.
Out of 11 digits, 7 of them are the number 9.
Correct. Okay. So what happened is one time I had a little problem with an ex-girlfriend, and somebody else, and let's cut a long story short, and I ended up phoning the police and getting done for malicious communications on the 999 system by phoning the police. Now, I know I was very wrong, but I was right at the time in my mind.
Right.
Okay. In my mind, I was very right, is because my girlfriend was somewhere where she shouldn't have been, and anyway, doesn't matter. So I got took to court. My girlfriend came with me, by the way.
Right.
Okay. So I got took to court, and I made 18 telephone calls to the 999 system, which was contacting the police, telling them, because they wouldn't answer the normal. They were just being the way the police do, blanking, just wind them up. Oh, they wound me up good and bloody proper. So I ended up phoning 999, which I shouldn't have done. I know I should not have done that. It was very wrong of me.
Right.
I was slightly intoxicated also. I phoned 999 18 times. I got up to Wigan magistrates, and I was in the dock, and they gave me probation and whatnot, and I pleaded guilty. Obviously, I did what I did. It was I couldn't, it was wrong. I was I was wrong, and the magistrate said to me, Mr. What my second name is, would you be able to read out your second name? And I said, yes. What is your phone number? And I read my phone number out, and they weren't very impressed. They were going to lock me up for contempt of court.
I thought you was taking a piss.
Yes. Yes. They were going... My solicitor says to me, you better be telling the truth. I said, I'm telling the truth. He said, your telephone number is 07999. I said, yes, it is. And you're getting done for malicious communications on the 999 system. Yes! Well, anyway, there we go. I thought I'd give you a laugh, but I mean, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that to the 9. It was very, very late at night, and I do respect. I've got family working in the fire brigade and things, But yeah, it's a true story, and there you go. I thought I'd give you that. One last thing.
Go on.
One last thing is, do you know some of these trolls?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay, all right. Now, a lot of auditors and things, I've gone through trolls, and everyone gets trolls. We get trolls in life, don't we? It could be your next door neighbour. It could be your so-called best friend. Now, have you ever heard or done any research on a narcissist?
Narcissists, yeah, I think most of us know what narcissists are. We have to deal with them, occasionally. Every time you phone 999, pretty much, you have to deal with one.
Well, yes, that's it. There you go. You've got it. Nail on the head. Perfect. So, if anybody doesn't know what a narcissist is, relationships or anything else, check it out. All right, I'll leave it with you. I won't phone you up anymore.
No worries.
Take care.
Andrew, take it easy.
Thank you.
Ta-ra, mate. Ta-ra. A troll, Chris, is somebody that online who abuses you, basically. Who has nothing better to do other than to try and take the piss or upset you in some way. Discord message. I'm gonna need to have to speak to you, not on the live stream, Bumblebee. Uh, yeah, it's going to be awkward for me to try and give you advice on that. That I'm going to need to look stuff up as well, which is going to make it a bit awkward to do whilst I'm on a live stream. So as I'm getting my tattoo done tomorrow, I'm pretty much. As far as I know, I don't know what time the tattoo is, which is why at the moment I haven't got any plans to put any videos out tomorrow. So what I'll do, Bumble, is when I've finished with my tattoo, I will do some research and I will get back to you tomorrow with regards to that. Yeah, it's just going to be a bit awkward for me to try and figure that out and work it all out whilst I'm on a live stream with phone calls. On a live stream. Sonic, turn the sound down. No, Sonic, turn it down. Turn the sound down. No, Sonic. Okay. That didn't work. That didn't go to plan, did it, Sonic? Anyway, as I was saying earlier, oh, that was you calling me a plonk, was it, Bumblebee? Right, block that number. No, I'm only joking. 3 after 11. Yeah, okay, no worries. No problem, Bumblebee. Oh, shit, I don't know which number was yours now. What were the last 3 digits of your number again, Bumblebee? I've probably got it written down here somewhere. 547. Is it 547? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I thought it was. Let me just jot it down. Right. Got it. That was the worst you could call me. I'm sure you can do far worse than that, Bumblebee. Oh dear, right. Crinkle, where are you? Watching? Give us a ring, I'm bored. Come on, Crinkle. Give us a ring. Crinkle, crinkle, crinkle. Ah! Oh dear. Oh, what was the other one? Oh! Bloody hell, it keeps frightening the life out of me, this does. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hey mate, you alright?
I'm fine, who's this?
It's Donna.
Hello, Donna, how the fuck are you? Got bags?
Oh, good mate, you.
I'm good.
Living the dream.
How's the new job?
It's fucking awesome, mate. I don't know whether you saw the old catamaran thing the other week.
To be honest, I do see things, but I forget them really quickly these days.
Yeah.
So I had the chance of. I'm glad I didn't know how much it was worth until we got it to its drop off, because I would have shit myself the entire way. Like £250,000 worth of boat carrying on the back of, and I'd only had my license 5 weeks. Well, I'd only actually been driving 5 weeks, and they trusted me with something that valuable. It was like, whoa.
A few pennies then. A few pennies then.
Oh yeah, I'll have 2, mate. I'll have 2.
Fucking hell.
No, I've been having a giggle at all the comments, and the guy that keeps ringing up and having and laughing fit before he can even get any words out. It's been absolutely class.
Lucifer is a pest. He's just a pest. He is. That's all.
Yeah.
You know, there's always one person that just sort of follows you around, wants to be part of your circle. You know.
Oh. Someone asked me what trolls was. They want to bloody jump on our live feed on a Saturday night on TikTok. We had hundreds of them last night. It was awesome.
Did you?
Yeah. Had some really nice guy jump on at the end, and he like challenged us to this weird thing, and he was sending all his followers over to us so he could put some money in the pot for Ethan's charity. So we ended up with 40 quid off the live last night. It was a bit mad. I got real emotional, and you know I don't do emotional.
Yeah.
So I don't do girly, do I? I don't do, but yeah.
Well, you certainly don't do fucking girly. That's one thing.
No,
I could never put you and the word girly in the same bracket.
Yeah,
you know.
You won't be the first, and you definitely won't be the last person to say that one, mate. So, but yeah,
I remember how we first started talking, because of the robbery.
Yeah.
And even back then, it's not like you slowly exposed yourself to be a tomboy. Even when I first met you, it was like this cunt.
Oh yeah,
and straight away I was like, oh, okay, I get this. I'm on this wavelength.
Yeah. It's as you know, because we've met, haven't we? So you know, women, what's black's black and what's white's white. It's that simple. Yeah. I don't mess about, but. Yeah, it was just a quick chat, really, and to let you know that the whole country's gone to shit. But we're still living the dream, like. But
well, listen, as long as you're enjoying yourself as best you can.
Yeah, well, I've stopped doing so many of the demos now because I'm sick of the fucking egos that go with it, mate. I am really sick of it. Everyone wanting a piece of the pie and not just, getting together and uniting. So
yeah,
we stick to the local demos and we support the local stuff. This with the Operation Marksman, trying to get that reopened.
Well,
so
I think
a lot of people with them.
So I think a lot of people go to these demos in the same capacity that some of these millennials like to give to charity. To do it on camera. Go, look at me. I'm a good person. I'm giving to charity, and love me because I'm doing something nice. A lot of people go to these demos for the same reason, just because they want to get on camera and say, "Oh, look what I'm doing! Look what I'm doing."
It's not about it. It's not just that as well, mate. It's when they turn up with cans of beers. It's not a day out at the fucking pub. It's a day to try and get shit started in the country, and all it takes is for someone from the media. Oh, look at that right-wing bastard there. He's got a can in his hand. We'll get that on the front page of the newspaper and make them look like proper idiots.
Yeah. And the problem is, it's so easy to do, though. It's so easy. I was saying this to, I think it was today or yesterday. I said how easy it is to manipulate society.
Yeah.
And we've all seen the memes on Facebook and Twitter, and showing how the reality is compared to what's being shown by the mainstream media. And it doesn't take a lot to fuck things up. When you're trying to do something good, so you do have to have you have to have the right head on your shoulders when you go out to these things and be there for the right reasons.
Yeah, well, that's why we basically took a step back and we said, right, we've got to look at this logically and see what because at the end of the day, no matter what's going on in the country, there's still other things that are here and now, and we need to be on top of them and doing it. That's why we have a big involvement with Ethan and the charity. We're actually going to the truck show. At the end of the month, I'm going to actually be investing in a harness and a rope so I can pull a truck for him. Again, right. I can't believe I'm doing it again. Just something to do. Boredom and all that. Not. Yeah, at 40-year-old, I thought it'd be a good idea to do that and then decide to do it again at 42. So, yeah. But
why not?
He's going to enjoy it. He wants to see all the trucks there. But yeah, we concentrate on him and whatever's going on in Hull. We'll travel out a bit. we're on about doing a road trip next year, aren't we? We're going to go out on the road on a weekend and do our mad weekend lives on the roads and pay people visits. So watch it, because I'll be knocking on your door, dude.
Well, you've been here, you know where I live, Donna. You know where I live. All you got
I'll
to
be
do
coming
is
and camping outside your house. Have you still got your lights up?
this. I have, yes, I have, yeah.
Brilliant.
Although that'd be pointless soon. I'll have to change the name, won't it? It won't be fuck Boris. It'll be fuck Truss or fucking Wishy Washy or some shit.
I'll tell you what, right? Seeing as you've just mentioned that, right? Because a lot of people will be wondering the same in their heads, right? Because you're going to have the choice of them two. No matter how you look at it, you've got a choice of them two. We're fucked either way, yeah. But which one would you prefer to be sat in that seat?
I've got to be honest, Donna. I'm totally not a political person. I do not. All I know is what comes up on my feed when I'm looking for stories to put on the channel. And even then, I don't get to see the ins and outs of it because I don't read. I just see the titles, don't read the stories, because none of it interests me. Politics as a whole is bullshit. I'm not going to bend. I'm not going to pretend I know more than I do by saying this person over that person, because I know fuck all about either of them. All I know is that she's said some bad shit recently. He's said some bad shit recently. A pair of them are bad for the country, the same as every other fucker that's in Parliament are bad for the country, and they all need overthrowing.
Yeah, well, I've always said the same. There's only ever been one person that went to walk in them houses with a genuine reason, and he didn't get away with it. But they celebrate every 5th of November. Do you know what I mean?
Right,
yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. I'm not going to insult you, but as I say, by pretending that I know something about something I know nothing about, and when it comes to politics, I know fuck all about, any of them really, apart from what comes up during my time reporting on what I report on. So, if I had to pick one, I couldn't pick one, because as I say, I genuinely don't know one over the other.
With me, it's definitely not Sunak. Definitely not Sunak. We are going to get shafted high and dry with a big cactus and no lube if he gets in.
We're fucked anyway.
Yeah, we're fucked. We are fucked anyway, but he's going to make it worse a lot quicker. You think Boris is bad, you'll be crying for him back.
We should just go down fucking laughing. Fuck all we can do about it, is just go down laughing.
I know.
We'll go outside.
You worry about shit, you know what I mean? We've
said, haven't we, if the shit hit the fan, we would go out, wouldn't we? And we would fight for our country, but there's no point. But especially when we're going to be in the biggest recession ever, right, of wasting money, travelling to London and all over the place for things that aren't going to, until other people change, it's not going to make a difference.
Well, this is the thing. This whole thing is a long game for the government. Okay, whatever the plan is, whatever the ultimate plan is, it started many years ago.
Oh yeah.
And the end game is years in the future. Okay, it's not now.
71,
it's years in the future, and whoever comes in to take over, okay, they get it's like when a president takes over. The president takes over in America, okay, and they've got an advisor, and the advisor will come in and speak to the president and tell him all about what's going on, all about what he needs to know, okay, all the private stuff that goes on in the White House. And it's the same here, right? They've got some dickhead in fucking number 10 that when a new prime minister comes in, they go, right, now you're prime minister, you need to know this. We are trying to screw the country because X, Y, Z, A, B, C. You're protected because of all the rest of that shit. So you've got to toe the line, and they'll toe the line.
They're only the puppets, aren't they? At the end of the day, they're being controlled by the puppet masters.
Absolutely, and none of it's ever going to change. But the long game is to keep us divided, to keep us fighting against each other, which is what you've just said. You're not going to go to London until everybody is ready to stand up and do something about it, and that isn't going to happen for a long time, if at all, unfortunately.
Well, by then I'll have my own bionic Zimmer frame and some lasers coming out of it. So yeah, we'll be laughing.
It's got to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Of course it is, and I need to be careful what I say, because I don't want to be shut down for inciting anything here.
Yeah.
But look, it needs, and I keep saying this in my videos, when I talk about things like diversity and inclusivity, I always say the same thing. It don't fucking matter who you are, where you're from, what colour your skin is, okay? We shouldn't be fucking trying to fight against each other. We shouldn't be trying to find reasons to argue with each other. We should be coming together, even if temporarily, and saying, do you know what? We have a common fucking issue here. And that common issue that's affecting all of us, regardless to who the fuck we are, is that there. And we need to deal with that before we deal with anything else. But,
well, I'm exactly the same. I don't give a shit if you're pink, blue, black, green, look like Mr. Blobby or one of the frigging turtles, do you know what I mean? But if you're an arsehole, you're an arsehole. And
yeah, you're right.
You know, I'm quite happy to tell you to your face if I think you're an arsehole. So,
absolutely.
But, I can't... People need to sort it out in the Reds regarding this, like using things like religion and colour and all this shit, right? There's good and bad in everything.
Yeah.
And it gets right on my tits. Really does. Because we would have got a lot further if we were united but you still got them arseholes out there that go, oh, it's not affecting me, so...
No, but look at other countries. Look at China and Japan when they had protests over there. Every fucker got together. Right. Yeah, but I mean, even now, you see a lot. You know, over the past couple of years, I've seen protests over there where fucking everybody comes together. Okay, when I say everybody, I mean way more people than do over here in this country. Even in France, they do the same thing. Okay, more people in France will forget their differences and pull together, okay, fight a single common cause, okay, rather than bitching and squabbling with each other. Here in the UK, everybody, and I say everybody, I don't mean everybody, I just mean the vast majority of people, are so busy bitching and slagging each other off that they can't see what's going on and they just don't want to get involved in anything other than their own little bubble.
Yeah, but then you also get these people that are like, if someone don't like Tommy Robinson and someone else does it, they just can't seem to get it into the Reds that you can like that person. Not everyone has to like that person.
Yeah.
It's like with us, because of what's gone off, he's got a lot out there in the open, do you know what I mean? But I'll never, ever give him any money, ever again.
Yeah.
But I'll support him getting the word out, and obviously you can't share anything on Facebook because you get kicked off as soon as it mentions Robinson, but do you know what I mean? I'm never going to do my best to try and like start my own ego and try and drag him down. It's one of them where he's spent a lot of time getting it out in the open what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I respect him for that, but at the same time, I'll never ever give him another penny. We'll never give him another penny. Do you know what I mean? If you want to give him something, you know what I mean? You can give him something, but I'm not going to fall out with someone just because they like Tommy or they'll give Tommy stuff and that's what makes us individual, is by liking and disliking different things. But some people get bees in the bonnet when you don't like someone that they like and they're part of the movement, and it's like give your fucking head a wobble.
We need to find a common ground. That's what we need to do. We go fuck everything else. Whatever what you like and I don't, and what I like and you don't, doesn't come into it. What matters is the common ground that we share. Okay, that's where we can, keep our opinions and our friendship and all the rest of it around that common ground. And as well, when it comes,
at the end of the day, our common ground is the government shafting us up the arse.
Yeah, royally.
Leave the rest of it for the other playgrounds when it's relevant. Let's sort it out as a big group, stood side by side as a country, that country that we all used to be proud of, right? And kick the frigging asses.
Yeah, we're a joke now. We're a joke. The entire country is a joke now. And
I organised, because the convoy went a bit tits up, didn't it? Because the police was stopping them and stuff like that. So I organised one where we did a reverse convoy, where when they was putting the new Bill of Rights through in Parliament, I'd done this big video. We got all the information out. We were sharing it plenty, right? Enough people knew. And what we was going to do and we actually went, didn't we? And we stayed outside Scotland Yard for 3 days, right? But then on the actual, we got 3 parking tickets because it was cheaper than the parking.
But I haven't paid them because the van's not registered in my name, so fuck them.
But the plan was to go outside Parliament on the day that the papers were being laid in. There was one person travelled from Barnsley, so there was the people from the camp, and then one person from Barnsley that extra turned up. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute, you're supposed to care about what's going on in your country.
Yeah.
and one other person turned up, and I was like, and that was the last straw for me. I just thought, no, fuck you. Right, we've put in a lot of effort to organise, because then we would have come out of London the day after, and then done that, because then they can't say that we was trying to get into London, so they wouldn't have been able to stop us getting to London because we'd already scattered into London.
Yeah.
But it just, no one was bothered, and I just thought, this is one of the most important things. And Bill Gates was in London at the same time, do you know what I mean? Right, but no one else had the garbage turn up, and that was when I just went, I tell you what, right, we'll carry on doing local, and we'll concentrate on the charity stuff that we do. But apart from that, until it's time, yes, we do mad shit on a Saturday night to keep people from being depressed, because for some reason they find it really funny us still trying to rot our insides.
Yes,
So
I have noticed. I have watched a few of your
Did you see me dressed up as a She-Hulk the other week?
I did.
Wow, that was an experience.
I think I commented on that, and I can't remember what I put now, but you did you did tell me off. But I can't remember what I said now.
You probably called me grot bags, and that's like,
I think I did. Yeah, I think I did.
Because my channel used to be Super Grand Grot Bags, didn't it? So
that's right.
And now, yeah, because the troll tried pissing me off, so I changed my name to it just to show him how much it pissed me off. Here, I'll take that. Super Grand Grot Bags. Here we go. Woo woo.
Can we have callers link to her live? I'm not sure what you mean, Bumblebee. But if I'll tell you what I'll do, if Donna, if you want to send me on Facebook a link to your channels.
Yeah. There is going to be change of name with the Woman on a Mission. That's actually going to be changed now to What the Fuck with Doc and D.
Right.
I'm setting up another channel with Big C, so it's going to be Rants with Big C and Twisted Sister, because that's his nickname for me.
Right.
So I will share the one for the What the Fuck with Doc and D in the page on Facebook, and then I'll send you the other one once it's set up.
Yeah, chuck us the links, and I'll chuck them out on here in the comments. And if anybody wants to go over and check you out, then they can do so.
Yeah, we're also
How's
on
that?
TikTok as well, mate. So I'll send you that link, because that's doing quite well at the minute, and especially what happened last night. It's well worth checking out, because, like I said, we had loads of trolls coming on, and I was well on form, wasn't I? I had the lives, mate. I had the lives.
No worries.
Yeah, I had the moderators going, pew, 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 out you go. So,
Fucking hell.
right, I'll bugger off and leave you to it. I think I've nagged your ears long enough.
Oh, Donna, no worries. Nice to hear from you anyway. You look after yourselves.
It was nice to have a chat with you again, and we'll sort out to come down in camper, because obviously I don't want to be parking my truck outside your flat, because no one will get around.
I don't care.
Neither do I, but I think the rest of the street will.
Oh, fuck them.
We'll have protest outside your flat, mate.
Oh, dear.
Right, anyway,
you look after yourselves.
Take it easy, mate.
Speak to you soon.
Bye. Speak to you soon. All right, bye for now. Bye-bye.
Steve Baker, if you tell me what your last 3 digits of your phone number is, and then what I'll do is I'm literally going to take a very... Oh, I will in a minute. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hiya, Dan. How are you, lad?
I'm all right. Who's that?
It's Ray from Runcorn.
Hello, Ray.
Sent you a few links on Facebook. But to get back to what your friend Donna, was it?
Donna, yeah.
Caller, she was on about the new Prime Minister.
Yes.
Now, if Labour gets in, I don't want Keir Starmer getting in.
Right.
As the new one, if Labour gets in the running. Because cast your mind back to the Jimmy Savile saga. Who was the head? He was in
charge, wasn't he, of the CPS, wasn't it, at the time?
Yeah. And he's actually denied it.
Well, yeah, I think what it was is people said, look, you was in charge of the CPS, so therefore your fault that Jimmy Savile, got away with what he got away with.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I think his argument was that he was in charge of the CPS, but his staff had overall control of each of their cases. Now, that's a cop out as far as I'm concerned. Such a high profile case. It's the same with the police. If it's a high profile case, you get a top cop on it. Okay, you don't give it to some low level detective constable. You get somebody with some clout, you get somebody with some experience, you get somebody at the top. Okay, and that's exactly what it should have been with the Jimmy Savile situation, but it wasn't. Well, I think it was, and I think him saying it was got nothing to do with me, it was down to the person who was dealing with the case, and I stand by their decision. Bollocks. He knew. He must have known. He must have known. It was such a high profile case. He couldn't not have known. Sorry, I just went on a bit of a rant then. Go on.
No, you're absolutely right. He should have turned around and said, no, let's have that SOB in court. There's too many people complaining.
Yeah.
So, politicians are like coppers. They like to save their ass. And let's face it, Jimmy Savile, he was in charge of Broadmoor and Park Lane.
Yeah.
That special hospital for the mentally ill or mentally ill.
Yeah.
Savile walked into them and he was walking around as if he owned the place.
Yeah, but he could pretty much go where he wanted, couldn't he? Because of the amount of fame that he had. And it's there's so many people that not just famous across the country, but famous in an area or famous within their job.
Yeah.
For example, and what they do gets ignored because people are besotted with them, so to speak, and they're in awe of them. And then when they find out that they've done something wrong, they don't want to believe it, so they ignore it, or they cover it up, or they try and explain it away. And this happens in all walks of life, unfortunately, but it needs to stop. People need to have the morals of a decent human being instead of the morals of a fucking I don't know what. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And people, that's what people are doing. So many people have got these shit morals these days and don't give a shit about anything apart from themselves.
Yeah, and it's mainly people in power, like politicians or these new police commissioners.
Yeah.
They're all liars.
It's crazy.
The sooner the people like me and you and the rest of the UK start showing these politicians who really is the boss, which is us lot.
Well, that's exactly what it's supposed to be, isn't it? We all know this, but people just ignore the fact that politicians are our spokespeople in the House of Commons, because they can't get every person in the country into the House of Commons to say their piece. We have a person in each individual area who goes there with our wishes, with our issues, with our problems. But the problem is, where as time's gone on, people have just got used to the fact that politicians will do what the fuck they want anyway.
Yeah.
And they will. They'll go, oh, yes, I'll stand for you. Like with this COVID stuff. Let's think about that with this COVID stuff. Politicians were getting, MPs were getting emails, phone calls, letters about the lockdowns, all the rest of it. They could, in some areas, I guarantee it, in some areas, the majority of people were like, no, do not agree with the fucking COVID regulations. And yet when they turn up in House of Commons, they turn around and go, yes sir, no sir, yes sir, we'll do what you say, and we'll go against our constituents' wishes and back you, Mr. Prime Minister. And it's all bollocks. Politicians haven't got a backbone anymore. It's all very well them slagging each other off in the House of Commons, but an actual backbone they have none.
Yeah, absolutely right. Totally agree with you there. They shouldn't be where they are because, like you say, they haven't got a backbone and they haven't got the balls to turn around and say, no, this is what the people are actually saying.
Yeah, but it goes against the narrative. That's why. So, I mean, it's all about threats and bullying, isn't it? In these positions, and for example, what's the name got picked up for threats and bullying, wasn't it? Priti Patel, didn't she have issues with bullying people or something? But it's whoever, it's all these people have got other people that are bullying them into towing the line. And this is all for the greater plan that whatever it is, and I'm not being conspiracy theorist here. There is something going on that we don't know about. This is a long game. There is an end result that we do not know. We speculate on what that might be, but we don't know what it is. But there is definitely something going on.
Yeah, that MP you're on about there, forget her name now, but she turned up in Liverpool after to show her support.
Yeah, just the other day, wasn't it? Yeah, Olivia.
Yeah. Where was that MP when all the other people were running around with guns shooting at people?
It's because it's a case that's pulling on the heartstrings. And don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking. I'm definitely not knocking what had happened, okay? Because that is absolutely disgusting. What pisses me off is the fact that politicians and the police will jump on a situation rather than just doing their job and doing their job equally across everything that they do. They have jumped on this one because it's a young girl and because it is an emotional situation. When a man, for example, dies, a grown man dies at the hands of another grown man, what's that? They say something, then it gets forgotten about. Because this is a young girl, and rightly so, don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking it at all, by the way, but because this is a young girl, everybody's jumping on the bandwagon and they're using her death as a way to push their own agenda. And that's fucking disgusting to me.
Yeah, well, when that other youngster died, Reese, you mentioned him earlier.
That's right.
The police and all the MPs said, "Oh yeah, we'll get more police out on the street." Well, it comes to show that they haven't put more police on the road because another youngster has died in Liverpool.
Yeah, of course. Of course,
as far as I'm concerned,
empty platitudes. As far as I'm concerned, let's say what the people want to hear from us, get them on side with us, and say we're going to do this, that, and the other. I mean, they're making a big fuss about arresting the person who, for murder, okay, an attempted murder with this Olivia situation. Now, I'm not being funny, but why should we be making a big fuss about the fact they've arrested somebody when it's their fucking job to do that anyway?
Yeah. Regardless to
who it is, whether it's a young girl, whether it's a fucking 90-year-old man, whether it's a 30-year-old woman or whatever, it makes no difference. Your job is to find these people, catch them, fucking present the evidence enough to get them jailed in a court of law. Why the fuck should we be bigging you up because you're doing your job, the job you're meant to do, when you don't even do it properly all the time anyway? So it's ridiculous, mate. It really is. It pisses me off, to be honest. And I have to live up here.
Well, I only live down the road from you.
Whereabouts are you?
Runcorn.
Oh, that's right. You said Runcorn. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, because a few days before Olivia got shot, I run like a neighbourhood watch on Facebook.
Right.
And one of my friends messaged me and said, "Ray, get round here. It's kicking off."
Okay.
So I knew where he meant. So I bolted round to his side of the estate. And sure enough, there's 2 fire engines, 6 ambulances, a load of ordinary plod, and about 8 armed response units.
Okay.
And what it was a man and a woman went over to witness to do an armed robbery.
Right.
They went over in their own car.
Okay.
So within half an hour, he'd barricaded himself in his bungalow with his missus.
I remember this, asking for pizza or something, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but 6-7 weeks prior, the same bloke stabbed the same woman. And we had all the same crap. So we've got some lunatic who should have been locked up anyway. And him and his girlfriend are going out trying to commit armed robbery.
It's absolutely, this entire fucking country, planet has just gone to shit. It really has.
Yeah.
Even America, you know, the land of the free, as they say, is no longer the land of the free as such. There's an illusion of it, but they're certainly not fucking free. Although they've always been more free than we have here.
Yeah.
But even now, it's more of an illusion than an actual reality.
Yeah.
Bad. Absolute fucking craziness.
I'm going to shoot off and let you take another call.
No worries. Well, to be honest, I need to take a break. So I think I'm going to make you my last call for now.
Right.
Because I really need to go and empty the bladder, to put it politely.
Yeah. Drinking your orange Fanta.
Yeah, but listen, thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
Nice talking to you, Dan.
Yeah, and you. Don't be a stranger.
I will.
Always welcome to phone up or get involved in the comments. You know that. So look forward to speaking to you soon.
All right. Look after yourself and make sure you stay on the upside.
I'll do my best. Promise to do my best.
All right. Take care, Dan.
Take it easy. Bye now.
Ta-da.
Right, guys. I'm sorry, but I need to take a break, and I need to make a brew. M3UEC, thank you, appreciate that. I know somebody's trying to call through at the moment, but I am desperately in need of a slash, yes, as IV7 has put it. Drain the main vein. So excuse me. I would do Sonic, but the problem is I've got to faff about in order to do that. So instead, you're just going to get the be right back screen, I'm afraid. But I will be back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host Dan is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan PAP. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell so you are notified when we upload new content. You can also join our jovial and supportive community by participating in the live chat, and please don't forget to share and like the stream. Did you know it's illegal for a London black cab to enter the city without a bale of hay in the boot for the horse, a law that still hasn't been repealed? We recommend callers take part in the phone-in before consuming vast amounts of alcohol, although this is not a rule.
And we're back. Did you enjoy that? Oh dear. Dan, can a pregnant woman give birth in a helmet if there is nothing to protect baby, i.e. blanket, etc. or gloves? I don't think giving birth in a helmet would be particularly wise. In fact, I don't think anybody would allow that, simply because inside the policeman's helmet is straps. It's a bit like inside of a... Let me show you. Let me show you what the inside of a policeman's helmet looks like. And this is a genuine policeman's helmet. It's not very big in there, and there's gaps. To pop a baby in there would be very unwise for a baby. And you know, you don't want a baby, you don't want anybody to have to interact with the police unless they have to. And you know, in my opinion, it would be child abuse getting a child to interact with a copper that early on in their life. So there we go. It doesn't fit very well. It's a bit small. There we go. I've got to take this off. I can feel myself turning into a cunt just by wearing it. Excuse me. So yeah, I had to take that one off. And the reason I got that, by the way, guys, is simply, obviously, because I get some trolls that turn around and go, "Oh, you're just a wannabe copper. You failed the police exams, which is why you've got a bee in your bonnet." It's got nothing to do with that. The reason I got the handcuffs, okay, is because I quite like the idea of having handcuffs. And in fact, it's not illegal to carry handcuffs. So I could actually go out with those handcuffs, and I might do at some point. It's not illegal to carry them. In fact, it's not illegal to use them if you're doing a citizen's arrest. But you have to be very careful, because it's going to be very easy to be stitched up on assault charges for that. But I wouldn't use them. But it's not illegal to carry them. The helmet is from my hometown, or from my home county of Essex, which is why I bought this one, because it's just a little reminder of where I'm from, and that the scumbags that we talk about on the channel even live there, unfortunately. So there we go. Yeah. So that's that. Anyway, can I shit in a policeman's helmet? You could do, I suppose. I don't think it'd go down very well for you, to be honest. I mean, I wonder what that'd probably be criminal damage. Damaging somebody else's property. So yeah, that would probably be criminal damage, depending where you took the shit. If you took the shit in the street, then obviously you've got other charges there as well. But just just having a helmet and dumping in it is going to be something like criminal damage. But then you've got to take it from a copper, maybe. So that could be You could be looking at theft or assault by touching them to take it off. It could you know, there's a lot, it's a contentious issue. There's lots of things that that could go wrong. Roger Whittington says yes, you can, providing they're still wearing the helmet. Oh dear. Yeah, that was where's he gone? Gone up on the windowsill, wasn't he? Oh yeah, there he is. There's his tail. Where is it? No, over here. There it is. There's his tail. Behind the curtain. Was I trying to fix my hair? Yeah, I was just getting it out of my eyes, Tiff. Right, so what we're going to do now, guys, is it's now 20 past 2. 20 past 2? It fucking isn't. It's 20 past 10. And I want to try and give equal times with the Skype and the panel. So I'm now going to open the panel up. Or before I do, just again, and I hate having to do this, but I've got to. If you want to come on the panel, okay, I'm only going to have 3 or 4 people on the panel at each time. Okay, again, to try and rotate people and try and keep, fresh faces, because sometimes people come on the panel to talk about something and we might talk about something else that they don't want to talk about, and there could be somebody else that wants to talk about that thing, and then it would make sense to swap them out and let somebody else in, for example. So only 3 or 4 people on the panel at a time. I would actually like to have some people that haven't been on before, which would be interesting to get to know a few people as well that maybe haven't been on the on the live panel before or phone in before. So also, because of, as most if not all of you know about Crinkle, tried to get my channel shut down with gore bombing the channel. For that reason, I need to see your face in the back office. Okay, so I need to, when you log in to StreamYard on the link I'm about to give you, I need you to make sure your camera's on so I can see your face. I won't put you on screen, so don't worry, you won't go on the live screen. I'll see your face. I will ask you to do something. For example, put your left hand in the air, touch your nose with your right hand, something stupid like that. Very easy. Just so I know that you are a live person and not a recording of somebody waiting for me to let you on so you can gore bomb or porn bomb me. So so that's the script. That's what we're doing. So if anybody wants to come on, as I say, it would be interesting to have maybe some new people come on. If you don't want to be on camera on the actual channel, that's fine. I won't put you straight on, okay, unless I know who you are. For example, if Roger or Lost Souls Paranormal, for example, was in the back office, I know that they're okay being on camera. So I would ask them to prove that they're real people rather than a recording, and then I'd let them straight on. If it's anybody else, I will ask you to do something, and then I will give you a few seconds to turn your camera off so you can come on voice only. All right, so that's how we will play it. We go. Hello, Smudge. Yes, Lost Souls, he is talking to me now by the sounds of it, but I think it's because he's hungry, although he's got a full bowl of food out there. Steve, in the pinned comment, there's a link. If you click that link, it will take you through. And it will bring you through to the back room of the StreamYards, and you'll sit there for a second until I'm ready to bring you on. So yeah. Right, we've got, before, because I've got 4 people that have been on quite regularly, but there's also M3UEC who's sitting in the back there who isn't somebody that's been on before. So M3, can you do me a favour and just lift your hand up in the air for me? Just so I can tell that you're a real person. Yeah, there we go. Brilliant. Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to bring you on now, M3. So if you want to turn your camera off, you can do. If not, I'm going to bring you on camera. Hello. You're muted. Hello. M3. You can talk to us.
Right.
M3,
Right.
M3,
Right. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes, but you need to turn down the sound of whatever you're listening to in the background. Right, M3. If you're watching on a computer, I don't know how you're watching. If you're watching on a computer, you need to mute the YouTube tab and just use the StreamYard tab whilst you're in here. If you're watching on the TV, for example, YouTube, and using your phone for StreamYard, you need to turn the volume down on your TV. Otherwise, we get that feedback loop, I'm afraid. Right, Sonic, Jackablaze, Tina, Bobby, and Angela. I can see you all in the back office there. Bear with me, and I will come to you shortly. Infrasound. It says devices are not connected. Unless I'm able to see that you're an actual human being talking to me and not a recording, I can't let you on at the moment, simply because I can't risk being gore bombed, for example. Right, we'll try that again with you, M3. Hello again. You are muted again.
Right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
And
okay,
the echo's
okay.
gone. That's brilliant. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That was a bit better. But what I wanted to tell you is when I was leaving work a while back, I want your advice on this. Sorry, I can hear an echo.
I can't.
Right.
I'm not sure if it's something at your end. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to. Yeah, I keep hearing that. But anyway, I left work. Going to the station where I live. I crossed the road. Right. Okay. Young girl, crying, and she asked me for a cigarette. Okay. Yeah. So far.
She asked you what? Sorry.
For a cigarette.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So I give her a cigarette. 1 minute later, a policeman turned up and basically manhandled me off my back and searched it all everything like that. Sorry, there's an echo here. Without no sort of
explanation,
telling me that what the exact is going on.
Right.
He said no, clear to go. Just put my basically throw my bag onto the ground. And what I worked out with that earlier, she was a druggie. And that's what,
right.
How would I ask you to know? So really, is that normal? Is that normal? Please.
Well, it seems pretty normal. Just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, everyone. I've got people saying that they're getting echo from me. Lots of echo.
Yeah.
And I can't hear any
echo as well.
I can't hear any echo at all. I'm not hearing a thing other than you, and you sound crystal clear.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Is it the stream that I've got? Or is it the YouTube?
No, you need to be on the StreamYard.
Yeah.
So if you've got YouTube open as well, close the YouTube tab. You can go back to that later. Right. But leave the StreamYard open.
All right, hang on. Yeah, on the StreamYard tab is muted. No, on the YouTube tab, sorry.
Right, that one's the YouTube's muted.
Yeah, YouTube muted. It's got next to the speaker.
Right, okay. Well, it should be okay then. That should be okay. But if it does seem that people are still getting some echo. If you close the tab completely, that should eliminate it completely. But you can always go back to the channel and find the stream again anyway. Once we come off to the.
Is that better? Is that better now?
Right. Is it sounding better?
Yeah, I'm speaking now. Is that better? Hello, 1 2 3 4.
Still echoing. I don't know what's going on. I've got nothing coming through on here. I've got nothing. Nothing's open on this on my computer that could be running, that could be causing it. I don't have YouTube open.
Love your channel, and I'll speak to you again when conditions are better. Yeah.
Listen, by all means, right? Chuck a comment on one of the videos. Okay, if you chuck a comment on one of my videos, okay, it'll come up. I'll get a notification for it, and then that will remind me to respond to your question.
Yeah.
So if you put it in a comment, just put as per our chat on live stream, and then you comment, and then I'll look into that and get back to you.
Okay. Yeah. No problem.
I don't know what's going on here, but I mean, as I say, everybody's saying that the echo's quite bad, but I genuinely can't hear anything.
No. Okay.
Strange.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me on. Cheers.
All right, mate. No worries. No problem. Thank you for getting in touch.
Yep. Cheers. Bye. Cheers. Bye.
All right. Take care. Bye. Right. Hello, Bumblebee. I'm going to let you on, Bumblebee. Just do us a favour, Bumblebee. Give us a 2-fingered salute. Yeah, that would be okay. Right, you're coming on now, so if you want to hide yourself, that's fine. Hello, Bumblebee.
Hey, Dan.
Hello, how are you?
I won't call you a plonker again. Did ask for it.
I'm gonna bring a couple more people on. I've got a few. I don't want to have too many people on. I just want sort of 3 or 4 people on at a time. But I'm gonna bring a couple more people on with us now, just so it's a bit more. It's not just my ugly mug on the screen. So, Sonic, Jack, Bobby, I'll bring you on in just a short while. I'm going to bring Tina, Angela, and Roger in first. So bear with me, and I will get to you shortly. So I know that's you, Tina. Angela, I'm letting you on now. If you want to hide your face or not,
is there any echo from me?
I can't hear an echo.
Yeah.
Touch your nose, Angela. There we go. Right, you're coming on now. 3, 2, 1.
All right.
And Mr. Roger, can you just pretend you're polishing your bald patch? Yeah, that'll do. Can I mute myself? It's my channel.
Now just for a second.
I'm still getting a bad echo here.
Not yet. No, just hang on a minute. It's muted. It's your end, Dan.
Dan, shut your YouTube.
Tina, I'll have you know there is absolutely nothing wrong with my end.
Sorry, Dan.
I don't, honestly, I've got, hang on a minute.
The common denominator.
Dan,
I've got nothing else. I've got nothing else on. Hello. Yes, hello. Has it only just started echoing? Wasn't echoing?
It's been doing it right from the start.
Yeah, we all got an echo. We all got an echo.
Why did nobody tell me at the beginning?
I did. Look in the back chat. Back chat.
Fuck knows. I ain't got a clue.
I don't know.
No, I can't even hear you now. What
It
about
could
now?
be YouTube.
So sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Can hear me, boy.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah.
You can hear me. Is there an echo now?
I don't think so.
No.
No echo so far.
Well done,
No
Daniel.
echo.
Are you a clever boy? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're a clever boy. Well done, Daniel. Oh, star for Dan.
Really?
Sorry. That's right.
Gold star.
Fuck's sake. So, Bumblebee. Talk to me, Bumblebee.
Hey.
How are you?
I was
I
just
know
saying,
obviously you've...
somebody put in a... I've got a delay. I was just about to say that somebody put in the comments about respect being earned.
Yeah.
Have I got a delay?
No. Keep talking.
Yeah, I think. Are you watching the YouTube or are you watching the StreamYard tab?
Yeah, I've got about a 30-second delay. I've got StreamYard open on my
YouTube,
phone and YouTube muted.
That's unusual. Then StreamYard should be coming through.
But I'm getting a delay, Roger, back.
Yeah.
Unusual.
It's about a 20-second delay. Should I jump out and back in?
Yeah, try logging out and coming back in again.
Okay.
Don't forget, we got all these new sensors online now from the WEF.
What the hell is that?
Fuck the WEF.
Dan's got spider sensors. I need to find out about them.
My spider senses.
Yeah,
it's like Spider-Man, isn't it? It's like when something's going to happen, he tingles, doesn't he? I tingle when something's going to happen. I won't tell you where I tingle, but I tingle when something's going to happen.
That's not next level. I understood that though.
Yeah, but that's in a good way, isn't it?
I'm learning. It on these streams. Reading the David.
Tina, Steve Baker has put a comment in. Can you please ask Dan about my medical question? I must have missed something.
Huh?
Medal. Oh, he said third one up.
Medal question. Medal. Sorry. Medal question. Medical. Fucking hell. Sorry. I need my glasses on.
He's got some medals, but from his post in the live stream, he was robbed of his medals.
Ah, what?
Maybe something to do about that. He said he was broken into and his medals were taken. I think
some fucking arseholes out there, isn't there?
I also sent you a WhatsApp, Dan. He wants someone to talk to. You've got my IAN number in WhatsApp. Could you pass it on to Steve?
Have you lost it, Steve? I'm assuming you have.
Given him your email address, your PAP address.
He's got my PAP address.
Literally put it in the post. Yeah.
Right. So if you email me, Steve, then I'll give you Tina's phone number. And And I'll give you a phone number as well. So for me, so if you need to chat over the next few days, then you can give me a bell. I have got a few things I've got to do, but I will find time to speak to you if you need to.
Whenever you're ready, Steve. Anytime you want to call, just send me a text message and I'll be ready.
Well, my phone ain't gonna charge when it's not plugged in. Oh my god. Oh, fucking.
I don't know where Bumblebee's got. Bumblebee, come back.
Yeah.
Where are you? If you don't come back, I've got to let Sonic on or Jackablaze or Bobby.
As long as Sonic got some clothes on this week.
He has currently. I'll put it away. Fuck's sake.
Oh, I know what I was going to ask you, Pat. I was looking in your merch the other day.
Right.
You don't do a T-shirt with the large police abusing powers on, do you?
Yeah, you can make it.
What you
can make it yourself.
It?
Yeah. If you go to customize, you pick one of the designs, and then you can stretch it and move it about and put it where you want. So you can actually increase the size of it wherever you want it on the item.
Well, after I've had my next trick, I might be able to buy one.
Turning tricks now, are you?
I got to earn money where you can nowadays, mate.
Like the hair colour, Dan?
Was it copper?
Red.
It's red. Okay. Well.
Yeah, it's red.
Copper's red, in it, I suppose. Bumblebee, the link is pinned, sweetie. The link is pinned at the top of the chat.
If you go to live chat, and you'll see it floating around somewhere at the top.
How you doing, Angela? You okay?
Yes, thank you. Are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Actually, I'm doing better than okay.
Well, we do what we can every day, don't we?
You sound better, Angela.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Manic's got nothing to do with it. I'm only kidding. I'm just random.
Bumblebee. Okay, Bumblebee. I was gonna.
These days, honey. Who's normal these days?
Exactly. What is normal? Like, nobody's normal, are they? Do you know what really pisses me off? I know it's going to go on to like something random now, but like personality disorders.
Yeah.
Whose personality is the same? How can the disorder?
Yeah, they're not. But I do have a certificate saying I'm sane.
I have a psychiatrist telling me that I am sane. I've got two psychiatrists telling me that I'm sane.
I've got one saying I'm a fucking lord. It doesn't mean I'm a fucking lord, though.
I don't have a certificate,
I have got one from the government. I had to go through a psychology test for the Home Office. Psychological
dear.
test. So,
hello, Bumble.
Hi. I have a certificate. Hi, Bumble.
Right,
have you?
Yeah. Trying each day.
Cool.
No
delay now. That's good.
That, or not? I've not caught up. But how did the funeral go? Sorry if I'm interrupting.
Funeral went very well, and thank you for the support that I had down there. So,
brilliant. Did getting there and back work okay for you?
Yeah, not too bad. There was a few challenges, as there always is on a first journey out when you're disabled and wheelchair user. But it was the funeral and everything went great.
Brilliant.
You had some.
Yeah.
You had some help from some of the community, didn't you?
Yeah. Like to shout out a big massive thank you to Sarah Rickard in the chat and Tim Jacob.
Yeah, amazing people. I was going to say that. Pick up your chest, but now I'm kidding.
Tim who?
Jacob.
I don't think he's in here tonight.
I don't recognise the name.
He does come on.
It's from
my apologies if you're watching. If you're watching, my apologies, Tim. But yeah, big thank you to see again. This is where the community comes into play. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, Sarah was amazing.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's got different experiences, and someone is bound to know something about whatever problem there is.
And everyone's willing to reach out and help. And it's whether or not you're willing to accept that help. And you've clearly shown that you were, and it worked out in the end. And I think it's about people reaching out. And it's hard to accept help, I think, isn't it? At the end of the day, sometimes you desperately need help, but reaching out for it, you're like, no, I don't think so. But when you accept it, I think, especially from a community like here, it gives you faith back a little bit, I think, in the society that we live in, because we've only met on here. Like, imagine meeting like 200 people in the street. Like,
sorry, I just want to respond to Tiffany's comment to some, but Tiffany's just left a comment to Nathan Benson telling him that I believe she's telling him that she's a 44-year-old cross-dresser by the looks of that comment. Is that what you're saying, Tiffany? Are you a 44-year-old cross-dresser, Tiffany?
yeah, did you not know? I've known that for months. So no, I'm not making I joke.
Fucking hell.
Some people want to share, some people don't. They're private.
She's gonna rip me to pieces for that in the Discord chat later.
Put your wife in the washes too, but must have looked inside and then chucked it on the road. Scum around. In my day, there would have been leather. Can't now though.
No, unfortunately, you can't defend your own property and goods these days because you get fucking locked up for it.
Because I'm sorry, no, I wouldn't. I would not.
That's an easier nick than actually spending the time investigating the
well,
person.
It was like that story I
sent
sent you last week, Dan. Did you see that one about the bowling club?
The bowling club with the cameras, CCTV cameras caught some. It ended up catching youngsters, and the police turned around and had to go at the bowling club for videoing youngsters who were burglarizing the bowling club. I mean, how fucking stupid is that? That's absolutely crazy.
And they actually
they're
had
for security, the cameras.
Clear pictures of them. Yeah, and that was in Yorkshire as well, not far from Rotherham.
Right. Oh, but hang on a minute. Can I just say, hasn't Rotherham been declared the something like the
children's capital of culture?
Yeah. Was that on your channel?
Yeah, there's uproar about it. I put it out last week.
Can you believe that? When I heard that, I was like, that is disgusting.
That's rubbing salt in the wound, isn't it?
You know what I'm saying? It's just vile.
And you know exactly what I thought.
Isn't it?
It's disgusting.
Yeah, and do you know what? I know we don't mention. I won't mention. Sorry. Okay, I'll shut up.
Go on, no, talk.
No, because it's about a certain person, so we don't want to.
Right. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Sorry. Just about that one thing.
Yeah, the backlash on that started the day they announced it.
And are you surprised? You know what I mean? It's like the biggest scandal in grooming gangs and everything like that. And they go, like, all them girls and everything. And then they're naming it the whatever. And they're taking the piss. I'm sorry, but...
Can you imagine what a survivor and a survivor's family is going through when they heard that named?
The thing is, this is because some woke fucking idiot in the council or in the government or wherever it is that this decision was made, some woke twat has thought to themselves, let's do something, let's do something good for the children, right? And they've thought that this was a good idea, okay, when blatantly this is an absolute fucking insult to every, not just victim, but everybody else in the town that's had to deal with it, because it's not just the victims that's had to deal with it.
Especially why the perverts are still walking the streets there.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you imagine? If they have not been convicted in a court of law, then they are innocent until proven guilty.
No, but he said perverts. You said perverts, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't say paedophiles. He said perverts, which is
I
different.
don't use the other word because YouTube keep deleting it on my channel if I use that word.
The pervert.
Somebody somebody said something in the comments earlier, because I said when we was talking about the guy in Liverpool here that took a knife to his throat, and I said about not calling, he's not a paedophile, he's a predator at the moment. Yes, there might be people that, yes, you're right, there might be evidence, but the problem is sometimes the paedophile hunters, the hunters, we'll call them, do get things wrong. Not very often, but they do sometimes get things wrong. And because of that, it's the same as me. That's why I had to say earlier, when I said about the people that have been notified of potential misfeasance and all the rest of it, it's alleged at the moment. Even though I've seen proof, and I can say, hand on heart, that I am almost 100% certain that these people are guilty, I have to say allegedly, because they haven't been proven to have been that guilty of that offence just yet. And again, same when it comes to paedophiles. Yes, these people that go on the hunts say they've got all this evidence, and yes, quite rightly, the person might have been talking to someone, and we might know that they're guilty of something, but we have to keep our what's the word? We have to take emotion out of it, and instead of being angry and saying "yeah, fucking paedophile," at that time they're a predator, because they're preying on young children, and they need to be proven to have been a paedophile in court. Which I know. Look, don't get me. I know courts are shit, and the whole justice system is a pile of shit. But if we give up on it completely, okay, then we've got nothing, because the criminal justice system is supposed to be the backbone of a fucking decent society, isn't it? At the end of the day, and so we have to put some trust in the criminal justice system, even though day by day.
Got to look at some of your reports with the sentences that are given. There are still some good judges out there.
I personally think that it's not the courts or the magistrates that are blocking things. It's the fucking CPS at the top.
Yeah.
They are now trying to stop certain crimes from going through. They're blocking things like people that have been brought up with sexual images, like you put on your site, Dan. They're not. I mean, there's even suggestions they're going to give them a smack on the wrist without getting a criminal record.
Yeah, well, I've spoken about that, haven't I, previously, about restorative justice, or there's another word for it, where if you say you're sorry and the other person accepts it, and then that's it,
a community order, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah. Then you won't get a criminal record. You'll get let on your merry way.
Community resolution.
That's it. That's the one. Yeah. That's the one.
But, I mean, in my work as a housing officer,
and they were even using it for people that had been up on rape, and it's like, what the fuck? You're mad, absolutely fucking mad.
I had several cases presented through the police, brought down from other parts of the country, asking us to put someone up who was a known predator, and he actually sat in front of me and said, "I'm not going to stop." He had loads of money, and his favourite was young boys, and I said, "I can't help you with this person. I cannot put him in a major city where there's schools with kids. He needs to go somewhere where there's remote." They ended up bunging him somewhere distant in Wales. I said, "I can't accommodate him down here. We don't have the housing. It's not a school." And he wasn't going to stop. He was released from prison.
Loafer.
Just because somebody says they're sorry, shouldn't just wipe out a crime. Like.
Oh no, you're right.
Sorry can be said, like, even if you mishear someone. Do you know what I mean? It's used in many would the word be context, in daily life?
Everybody's sorry when they get caught.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what you do, right? If they're going to start saying, rape or child sexual offences, that's it. That's this feed demonetised. Then. If they're going to start using it for that, then they're going to start using it for other crimes, because those are some of the most serious crimes you can get. There's a handful of very serious crimes, and rape and CSE are two of those very serious crimes. And if you're going to allow people to get away with community resolution orders on them, then it won't be long before that starts seeping out into other more serious crimes, and people being allowed to get away with shit there as well. And it is wrong, and we know it. Well, we all know it's wrong at the end of the day.
And they'll be backing it up now as well, because you got the barristers on strike.
Yeah, yeah.
There's already 6,000, 6,500, 7,000 cases in the backlog, and how many cases are being added to that daily? So they're going to look for the easiest way out and the quickest way out.
That annoys me, Roger, because they get shitloads of money as solicitors. They get
most of it is the ones that work on the what do they call it? Legal aid.
Legal, yeah, but they still get assistance. They make a choice.
Yeah.
They make a choice to do legal aid. They got a base rate, and I find it really frustrating that they're going.
And they're on a low wage, but they can still claim benefits the same as anybody else if they want.
Oh yeah, they can.
Yeah,
I've got a story I'd like to share, Dan, if it's okay with you.
Can I just answer Loafer very quickly with the comment on the screen there? The nonce hunters don't inform the police whilst they're doing their investigation. So when they go to confront the person, they don't tell the police beforehand, because the police will turn around and say, no, leave it to us, give us the evidence, and we'll deal with it when we get a chance to. Okay, wow. So that's why they don't do it. Okay, or that's why I believe they don't do it. Plus, they wouldn't have much of a video to share. Okay. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that's the only reason they do it. Okay, but that is a part of the reason that they do it, is because they are exposing and they want it's a social media. Let's face it, everybody wants clicks these days. Everybody, right? Even I do, right? And this is because I've got sucked into this thing with YouTube. Okay, so I do what I can to try and in all honesty, and I'll put my hands up to this, to try and make a few extra shekels from YouTube. Okay, and everybody gets pulled into that. As soon as they start seeing a few pounds, they think, oh, this is good, and they do what they can to try and increase that. And again, I'm not saying all the nonce hunters do that, but that is part of it as far as I'm concerned. But they won't tell the police before they go, which is why on the videos, if you watch the videos on Facebook more than anywhere else, and I watch quite a lot of them, you'll find that they talk to the person for a few minutes first of all, maybe even 20 minutes, half an hour before they call the police. And then you could be waiting anywhere between 5 minutes and 2 or 3 hours for the police to turn up. Okay, and the whole time they're bothered. But the thing is, they will turn up. As far I've never known so far, out of all the ones that I've watched, I've never known the police not to turn up, but I have known them to turn up some 3 hours later. So it's.
Thank you, Edward Goldtooth.
Thank you, Edward. Much appreciated. So some of them do it for the, for the look at me, look what I'm doing. Again, not all of them, but some of them do. It's impossible, I think, for them to be able to. I've said this before. I think that the police should actually swallow their pride and say, do you know what? These guys do a fucking far better job than we do. They catch more people than we do. Okay.
Dan, I don't think that's an okay comment to have with that donation. I appreciate it's a donation, but.
Well, that's why I haven't put it on the screen. But I can't.
Okay,
there's not what I can do about it. No,
it
it's
came up
fine.
in chat, Dan. It's gone now.
Yeah, no, I know it's in the chat, but the reason I haven't put it
fair
on
enough. In respect to the people's opinions, I get that, and I get that he's spelled it wrong. I just think, yeah.
No, normally when somebody puts a donation, I put it on the screen at the bottom where Loafer's comment is at the moment, and that's why I didn't put that one on there. But yeah, anyway, Loafer, because I want to let Tina say what she wanted to say. But the police should turn around. The police should turn around and say, right, do you know what? They do a far better job than us. Let's work together. Okay, let them do the investigating for us, for example. Okay, and then they pass the files on to us, providing the file is complete and we can act on it immediately. Okay, then there's no waiting around. There's no giving them a file when then 3 weeks later that file's still sitting on some plod's desk underneath 25 more files. They need to get this file and they need to say, right, look at the evidence. Okay, there is enough there to make an arrest. Go and get them straight away.
There's some groups in America that do work with the police and the police welcome them, but there's others that they turn around and say, no, because of the way you do it, we don't want to know.
Yeah, but if the police did their job properly, then these people wouldn't need to do it.
Exactly. It's like street justice and that. If the police were doing their job as they're getting paid for, then there wouldn't be need for any of that.
No, absolutely. Sorry, I've just found a blister on my finger, so I'm just cutting it off with a Stanley knife.
Ew.
There we go. Pat's on blood thinners, so he's going to bleed to death on the live stream.
Yeah. Can I share my story now, Dan?
Yes, I'm sorry, Tina. Go ahead.
Love to hear, Tina. Sorry.
Out there, so there was a case in New Zealand that came up, a tragic new twist and a bizarre case of some children. I don't know whether any of you have ever watched Storage Wars in America in different countries where they buy storage lockers.
Yeah.
Well, this person bought a storage locker.
The suitcases.
They found 2 dead children in the suitcases. Police identified the children believed to have been aged between 5 and 10. They've been in the lockup for up to 4 years. The South Korean police have been contacted. They said that the woman came into the country in 2018. She's disappeared. The father died. And it was thanks to the actual storage person. Finding that must have been horrific for that couple. But they immediately reported it to the police. They're still not sure how they were killed. Doing autopsies as we speak, and there's going to be more updates. But how sad is it in today's world where 2 children can disappear in New Zealand without nobody knowing? Surely the schools would have got in touch or someone else.
Didn't they find a body in the boot of a car that was sold through one of them as well?
Yeah, there's a 5-year. So one's 5 and one's 10. Yeah. It's very sad that this is not looked into. If you're registered in a country, the children have to go to school. So why didn't somebody notice that these children were missing? Why wasn't there a manhunt done? It doesn't make any sense to me, but it's a very sad story from New Zealand.
And they were missing for how long?
5 years they've been in there.
Yeah, they have to leave the lockers for so long before they can auction them off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how kids can't have been missed in 5 years?
I don't
Somebody
know.
must have known that kid.
I'm surprised that nobody smelt it.
Well, apparently they were sealed inside the suitcase. They were wrapped in some kind of plastic, so that would have covered it.
Yeah, but you would still get an odour.
Not necessarily, because if they would, it depends on how long. Because the locker was locked for 5 years, no air in there, but they were wrapped in this plastic really tight. So it's only when they opened the suitcase they found they must be having nightmares.
Fucking hell.
I meant there must have been an odour in that lot in storage when they opened it before the case was opened. That's what I'm saying, because the body gives out natural gas, and that's quite offensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, the body bloats, and then it slowly leaks all its fluids.
Yeah, and that wasn't done. They were wrapped in some kind of tight plastic, like mummified kind of thing.
Was it not one of them storage hunter things that, and someone bought the that storage locker?
Yeah, that's what Tina said a minute ago. Pay attention, Princess Angela.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been on storage lockers, because that's all fake.
So sorry.
They do storage lockers. Storage Wars happens in the UK. The luckiest man in the world I remember from a UK one. Do you know the lockers at London airports? They're quite big. And a guy bought a locker there. This was years ago now. And he had 12 Gucci suitcases that had been abandoned, just chucked in. So he ended up making money off the Gucci suitcases. But he opened up the last one. He had 400 grand's worth of jewellery. And he paid about 100 quid for the locker. So he made a bit of money.
Yeah, the American ones, storage hunters and that, they're all faked.
Well, some of them are. Some do make some really good stuff. The Americans are just weird with it. But we do sell stuff like that here in lockers at airports.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's one over in Wednesbury. It's about 10, 15 miles from us. They quite often advertise where these lockers have been left.
I think that's why this took so long to find this family. Because I think it is 5 years before you can sell the locker off. You've got to wait. You've got to try and contact everybody connected. But the father had already died of cancer. It's just very sad.
They get flagged up when they stop paying.
Yeah. It's sad that no one missed the kids. The 10-year-old would have been at school.
That's obviously why the storage locker was hired in the first place, I expect.
I don't doubt that. There's lots of other facts. But the woman's disappeared. She's gone back to Korea. They'll never find her. So very sad.
That's New Zealand for you, isn't it?
Isn't it Korea that a lot of people go missing in, or is that another country? towards that way.
North and south.
That's
But New
that's where
Zealand's
everyone's
got that
where-
smaller population that they should miss anybody that goes missing.
A lot of people in those countries, T, are not registered.
Yeah,
Korea
okay.
is where everyone's pet dog goes missing.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm going to write the cookbook 100 Ways to Walk Your Dog.
Hey,
Nice
hey,
one,
we'll have none
Roger.
of that racism on here, Roger. None of that xenophobia going on this show, mate.
Oh, speaking of
But they
Germany,
are actually clamping down on it over there now, and they're prosecuting
yeah, they're
people
buying the
for
dog.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're paying
Yeah.
them money for the dogs.
Yeah.
Got loads of charities and the turtles as well. The turtle and the
Yeah.
tortoise, they're rescuing those as well.
Yeah.
So
speaking of Germany, sorry to interrupt.
Go on.
Is it okay to interrupt?
Go on,
I'm going
Princess.
to
Go
talk
on.
anyway, so I'm going to carry on. Sorry. But yeah, do you know about the Madeleine McCann case? They found that new evidence, didn't they? Of that guy, that whatever his name was. And they've now been able to like pretty much disprove. No, they've managed to prove that it wasn't him. How crazy is that?
that story will never be told unless the parents tell the truth.
I agree.
They know what
100%.
happened to their daughter.
Oh,
Why
of
would,
course they
But
do.
I think
why would a couple go on holiday with twins, babies, and a daughter, and the very next day they hired a mortuary to go in round and look at it? They're both doctors.
What?
Yeah,
Did
they did. They hired. They went round to look at a mortuary on the island. And one
not that
policeman,
tourist trip.
one policeman said he found blood in their hire car, and the chief of police said, "Nope, that's not nothing to do with it." It's
But
all,
that
it's,
guy over there, didn't he? The police that was police officer that was investigating. They silenced him, didn't they, in the courts?
they are the only ones that will ever tell the world the truth.
But I found it really strange because this guy in Germany, they fitted him up proper. Like, I'm not even joking. They've gone into his past. They've gone into like how he's. Don't get me wrong. He's still dodgy as anything. Do you know what I mean? He's a rapist. He's all these things. But there's just so much. I was watching a documentary today, and I was like, do you know how you get these international paedophile rings? And everyone, that's been a theory for ages, hasn't it? Like, in it, and the weirdest way, and I'm not going to make any. I'm not making no accusations about anybody on YouTube whatsoever, past or present. However, there was, and I'll speak to you, Dan, about it. Like, not on here because I don't want to get into trouble. Like, but it's interesting the way things work and the way that certain names are, like have a number or whatever after the name, and then subsequently get arrested for them kind of things, and the links between people who are the ones that had this guy put away. One of them was called, where is it gone? Paz something like Paz something 66. I was like, you know what my thought was, but
So you're talking about Spitshine, aren't you? Oh,
I'm not saying
the
nothing.
person you're talking. Right.
You
Well, I
know,
don't care. I'll say his name. I don't give a shit.
okay.
if you look at the evidence originally, Angela, they said that they were only across the road from the room. They had babysitting services at that hotel. Why wasn't
Yeah,
it you?
I remember.
Yeah, for me, like I went on holiday with Ali when I was like when she was younger, when I was obviously a lot younger, but like she was never at my side, never, not even at night time. Do you know what I mean? I went on holiday with my daughter, so I went on holiday with my daughter. I didn't go on holiday to go and let her sleep in the room and me go socialise on the bar. No, but she came with me everywhere I went, and when it was bedtime, We went back to the room and we spent time together. But obviously on holiday, you allowed them to stay up like a bit later. But I'm not going to go on holiday and not enjoy it with my child. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to put my kids up.
Surely that's what local alcoholics are for. You just rent one out. Come on, you can just favour. Go and look after my kid. I'll buy a couple of shots. That's what you do.
Well,
Isn't
they
it?
have this particular hotel, and he said we have staff that are childminders.
Yeah, they have like a kids club, and they had a minding service, didn't they?
Yes.
Well,
They fitted this guy up
from the
big time.
continent, Interpol do have a list of convicted or heavily suspected ones, and it should flag up on any passport when they're travelling about.
Can we get hold of that? I know it's
Talking about that, right? One of the things that's happened since Brexit, I believe, one of the things that's happened is we used to have access to, like, this country, our border used to have access to other databases, okay, around the EU, okay, that would tell us if somebody had a criminal record, okay. Now, as far as I'm aware, we don't have that access.
No, we don't.
So people are coming to this country, and the only way that we can now find out is we have to let them into the country, and then we have to, as a law enforcement agency, has to then contact the country of origin and ask them for information, then wait for that to be sent over, by which time the person they've let in has probably fucked off and gone and hidden somewhere, Rotherham, and
we've still got
sorry,
access to Interpol.
just slipped out.
Well,
We've still got access to Interpol. We've not got access to Europol.
But Interpol's different. Interpol is slightly different. Interpol won't have or for Interpol to get involved, it usually has to be some kind of serious serious crime. Okay.
Yeah.
So if somebody has a single, let's just say a single, or they've been arrested for but not charged of 6 or 7 child offences, we'll say, for example, that won't necessarily go to Interpol because they've not been charged, but there is suspicion, and that suspicion is enough to say, fuck off home, as far as I'm concerned. But even if somebody's been done and they've only spent something like a year in prison for doing something, okay, that wouldn't be flagged up on Interpol either. It needs to be, as far as I'm aware, and I might be wrong, but as far as I'm aware, it's serious crimes that that Interpol will be informed of. And again, that's only if Interpol know that they're leaving the country, or the law enforcement agency knows they're leaving the country. A lot of these people,
who we had round last week, Dan, and I had, as I told you, I had a chance to question one of them. And the NCA, at the moment, they more or less only have information on what's going on across the channel from the channel. They don't get any more information on anything other than that, but they are starting to liaise with the countries where these people are coming from.
The biggest problem you've got since we lost Brexit is that Europe is no longer willing to share information.
The French certainly won't.
They don't. They don't like the fact we left and we're independent. So they've stopped giving information to this country. Most of those coming here are single men, and a lot of those are from Albania.
Yep.
And you can see videos of them throwing their passports and their backpacks and their phones in the sea before the Royal Navy pick them up.
Can I just say, I've only ever seen
she's
one
got an
video
agreement with the Albanian government now, but I don't believe she's going to get anything out of it.
No, you won't.
Can I say, I've only seen one video of that chucking stuff over. I know it's not probably I don't watch a lot of, I don't watch like that kind of stuff, but because it's not up here, because I'm in the Midlands, it's like I don't know what goes on. I've had arguments about this like loads of times because I'm like, oh, well, everyone deserves to, normally I am, obviously, everyone deserves the right to have a better life than what they've got, and like that kind of stuff. So that's my argument. Or I didn't even know people.
Yeah, not at the expense of the country they're coming to.
No.
Yeah, but you know what? I didn't even realise they were coming over in boats. Literally, because I'm up here.
There was 1,300 come over in one day last week.
I think last year
and they're coming over in trucks as well now.
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
And I think it was Liam or Steve posted that they are trying to hide the entrance.
Steve Laws, he said, I was chatting to him today.
That all the illegal migrants walk up, so they're trying to cover up people coming into the country. And numbers.
What they're trying to do, they're not trying to cover up the fact that they're coming because that's out in public now. They're trying to cover up the numbers.
I see the question there from Paul Frank. He says, "How do they stop them coming?"
Well, we've got people on the ground down there that do daily counts. They're watching the tunnel and everything.
Torpedoes.
Basically, once they cross that 12-mile line into our waters, under international law, we have to pick them up because
it's the law of the sea.
But the French are taking them into our waters.
Yeah, they're escorting them to make sure they're safe, so they're staying within the maritime law.
Even though they've been paid to stop doing it.
Yeah.
They haven't been paid.
The French have.
Yeah, they have.
No.
The French have had in this year alone £54 million to stop them coming, and they've done sod all.
Yeah.
Patel has withheld that payment.
No, she
hasn't. No, she hasn't. The only one she's withheld is the $8 million they're asking for now.
Yes. There's pictures and videos of French policemen stood there on the beach watching the dinghies go past and put themselves
stood in the dunes having a fag. The only time they've done anything is when they saw a camera there last week and they went over and punctured one of the dinghies and smashed the engine.
To be fair, you know what? I do think, we shot ourselves in the foot in Brexit. I'm sorry, but we can't all of a sudden. And this is my just opinion. At the end of the day, Brexit hasn't so far affected me, apart from say the cost of feed from the ponies, and that's really third world serious. No, first world issues. So sorry for getting that the wrong way around. But first world, that's fine. Isn't it? First world problems. You know what I mean? The price of the pony fee going up, or the price of petrol and shit. Do you know what I mean? It's but and I got, oh my gosh, I got some money back from Octopus the other day. I'd paid too much. I was like, oh, I'll get in. That's cool. Surprised about that. But we wanted control of our borders, and therefore we've literally got control of our borders, and we're failing at it incredibly. The French owed whatever. For ages they owed 58 million because Priti Patel withheld it until blah 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 blah, as Priti Patel did. She's a lying witch in the wardrobe. 100%. Would you trust her with your life? No. And if anyone that did, I'd be concerned. And so I don't believe if we've got a problem, personally, I don't like Priti Patel. I don't like what she does. I don't hate anyone, but as a person, she really irritates me with that arrogance, thinking that she's something really important and shit. And as a member of Parliament, I don't think she's a very nice person. Sorry?
I regularly call her the treasonous bitch on my channel.
Exactly, but yet we're putting faith into her to control our borders, and that ain't going to happen. And I do think
but this is the problem, Angela. This is what we've been talking about earlier with regards to politicians. This is the issue we've got. We put our faith in these politicians and MPs, okay, to do the right thing. Okay, but the problem is they have got away with doing the wrong thing for so long that they can do it blatantly under our nose now and get away with it because people are either too scared to do anything about it or won't come together to fight against it.
Yep. Boris said last week we should continue to suffer. Our prices and our energy cap will still gain up because we need to send the money to the Ukraine. So he thinks more of them than he does of us.
The thing you've got to realise through this whole thing, we have an immigration system. In every single country, we have a UK immigration service. If these people are legit, you go through the legitimate methods. You don't pay 10 grand to some fake guy with a dinghy to get you over here. The reason they don't want to, they don't want to be identified. So there's something going on here.
Of course, why would you pay 10? Why would you say you're coming to the UK for a better life because you live in poverty or whatever it might be, but you've got 10 grand to spunk up the wall when it'd only cost you a few £100 to get a fucking plane over?
Yes.
But the thing is, though, you've got when you're coming into the country. During the whole Brexit thing, there was more people coming into the country from outside the EU than there was coming from inside the EU, and so that included the illegal ones. But you've got illegal ones just coming over in boats, whatever, and whatever they're doing, and then you've got people that the genuine refugees who are still outside the camps like outside their countries, sat in camps with like the Red Cross, and they're the ones that are going to be coming over on the planes, the real legit ones that have everything, all the checks, and everything
like the 5 million from Hong Kong that were invited to apply because they're money people.
Is Hong Kong that place where it's on its own? Like not on its own, but it
was our territory.
They put it out over there, and so far they've had over 5 million applications, which they are seriously considering. Literally because they've got money to bring into the country.
Like straight up what happens every day there. Every day without fail, you've got riots on the streets. People are getting seriously harmed, and it's like nobody should have to suffer that kind of life. But it's on the side of the world, and we think, oh, it's Hong Kong, and that's all right. And look, it's not.
That's not Hong Kong. That's not Hong Kong.
That's sure. I can't remember.
That is what's going to start happening here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting soon. I'm not even going
people will eventually here turn around and do the same thing, and there will be protests and people will get hurt because they've had enough. And that's exactly the same as what's happening in other countries. The people have had enough. Okay, you've got places like Venezuela and all that stuff. You know, I think it's Venezuela, somewhere like that, where people have all come together and overthrown the fucking the government there.
Yeah.
You know, because they've had enough.
And we don't know who these people are coming in because there's no checks. And then they're using human rights to say you can't check if a person is under 16, who then is claiming that they're under 16 and going into school.
Yes, they have been. You have to look at the Schengen Agreement. The Schengen Agreement was when Germany opened up the borders all across Europe and brought in millions and millions of people. And again, they destroyed their ID. Now, when you're in part of the EU, you are in a safe country. You're no longer escaping any humanitarian issues when you land in Europe. You've already left the country you're claiming, which is dangerous for you to go back to.
Yeah, and you're supposed to claim asylum in the first safe country you come to.
Not come here. Yeah. So if they did get,
but we have a right to. But we're meant to take so many, aren't we? Do you like when we've got wars and stuff like that? It's like you've got to try and like.
We are a very small country.
Does anybody really think that if a war kicked off here, other countries would go, yeah, come on in?
Yeah, would they help?
They wouldn't, because other countries won't do it to anyone else. Why are they going to do it for us? They won't.
You look at the rigmarole you've got to go through just to go on holiday on the EU.
Yep. No, it's no really bad for the English to go abroad. They will put every block in your way for people to travel.
They check every single detail and they will still ask for more. It's not just hand your passport over anymore.
I'm sorry, but I'll make my way. Dave walk it off here. I won't make my way no matter how much it costs me to Rarotonga in the Cook Island. I don't care how much it costs. I don't care how much I have to pay. I'm off there.
It's a long fucking swim, that is, I'll tell you.
Just as easy to go.
Angela MacArthur, whatever name is, that yacht. I'm on the way. Do you know what I mean? Christopher Columbus.
Where?
It's like Angela.
And let somebody else come in. Thanks for the time to speak and sharing the story.
No worries, Tina.
You take care, everybody. So let me
come sorry, take care, Tina.
Always a pleasure.
Look after yourself.
I just wanted to bring up one thing, then I'll jump off, Dan.
No worries, go on.
So, years ago, police wore their uniform with pride. They'd have to starch collars, run soap and starch up and down the folds in their shirts and their trousers. And now they look extremely scruffy. And even when they're on a scene or something, it's the body language that they give off as well. Their hands are on the hip, their arms are crossed, not the way that it used to be. And I just think that it's one of the things that people subconsciously notice.
Yeah. I mean, it's to do with being approachable, isn't it? The police constable used to be somebody that you would see walking down the street, and you would have respect for them, and you'd think to yourself, "Wow, that's a copper. I wish I could be like that." Look how smart they are with their buttons polished and their boots polished, and you know, any problem I ever have, and that's the first person I'm going to see. These days, you have a problem, you know, fuck the police, I'll deal with it myself.
you end up
And we
with a
used to
bigger
say
problem.
to a child that was
Yes.
lost or in danger, always look for a policeman.
Yeah, we were taught as a youngster, and I'm quite a bit older than most. If you're ever in trouble, even if you just want to know the time or you're lost, ask a policeman. Now you're more
Same.
likely to get arrested for approaching them.
Yeah, same here, Roger.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, like there was, you know, the time and thought when you were just like polishing your boots and putting 3 layers on. Because I know, like, I used to sit in the yard in the ambulance. I was in, you know, putting the waxy aftershave on and everything like that. And it took time and thought into why you were there, what you.
Yep, they used to have
what you were.
marching drills and everything,
Yep.
and they would have inspections before they went on duty to make sure they looked smart enough to be in public. You look at the state of the buggers
I
now.
got pulled up on 2 shifts for being too scruffy.
Yep.
Listen, the police these days, right, will go. The only inspection they get these days is going into the toilet before they go out on shift and going, right, if I meet somebody who's vulnerable, they're gonna fancy me.
Yeah.
That's it.
They
Got to
could
smell
do it
nice
too.
for the baghead down the road I'm going to arrest later in case I want to nosh in the police car on the way back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and when they go and do raids, and
Yeah,
there's
but
like
now they're being pulled up for that in public. They're doing it between themselves in the nick, aren't they?
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
and they
They want
you know,
respect.
Excuse me.
Sorry, sorry, Angela. If they want respect, they're other than their behaviour within the service that you know you're exposing, Pat, and all the wrong uns, then they need to put that approach across differently to what they are now. Like, if you look at how many people on scene, you know, an incident, you know, they stood there with their hands on the hip, arms crossed, not even paying attention, or trying to intimidate someone.
Oh yeah, they're just not interested,
Yeah,
are they? They don't
try
want to interact.
to intimidate you into doing or saying something wrong.
Night, Tina.
Good night, Tina.
Yeah,
right, guys, I've got to work through this because there's no worries, Bumblebee. Thank you for jumping on.
Okay, thanks.
Nice to hear from you.
And
Take
Lucifer,
care.
if you're off to France, can you take me, please? Fancy a few bottles of wine.
You bring you some facts.
And I need I need accommodation again. So yeah, yeah, you know where I am. All right, bye everyone. Take care.
Right,
Thanks.
speak to you later.
Yeah, talk to you tomorrow, Pat. Bye.
All right, Bumble. See you later. Bye. Right, I'm going to go through the people in the back office in order that they are in the queue at the moment. So the next person I'm bringing on is Sonic and Jackablaze. Okay, so so there's Sonic with his silly haircut. Jackablaze, do us a favour, give us a 2-finger salute. That'll do.
All right.
There we go. So yeah, so
How you doing, guys?
So we'll have a little conversation between us for a little while, then I'll have to swap Angela and Roger for two others, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no
so
problem,
we'll have to cycle through.
This is
I did say you could have left me in the back room at the start to give somebody else a chance for a while.
That's all right. It's all right. Well, there was only the usual suspects in the back room at that point, anyway.
Alleged.
Well.
Alleged. Hold on, 1 second.
Oh God.
I was just for you, a CCTV user.
I just want to take this opportunity as well, by the way, and I hope you don't mind, Sonic. I'm going to tell. Well, basically, Sonic is here tonight. He had a bit of an issue, well, more than an issue the other day. Unfortunately, Sonic's sister-in-law passed away.
Sorry to hear that, mate.
No, I'm not saying this to upset you or nothing, Sonic, by the way, or anything like that. Okay, I know we had a conversation the other night about it. I know that this is a community, and you know the majority of people in this community care about everyone else in the community, and so I want I wanted people to know what had happened. I know it's not really my place, but I wanted people to know what had happened because I know that there are people out there that will reach out to you, and be there if you need to speak to somebody. Like I said to you yesterday, if you need to talk to me, you got my number, okay, and you can call me anytime you want to.
I appreciate that, bro. I just want to say a big, massive thanks to everybody for the support. You've been brilliant.
All right, so obviously obviously I'm devastated for you and your missus and the kids and everybody else, but yeah, I just wanted to say that, and I hope, as I say, I hope you don't mind me saying it. I know it wasn't my place to say it, but I just, because I know what the community is like, I know people will reach out to you and offer you some help if they can. So,
as long as I can, sorry, I just got to say, as long as I can still come on and be able to like put smiles on all people's faces and make them laugh and shit like that, then no.
As long as you sit still, because you make me dizzy.
Your crinkle impression is probably one of the best, I've got to say.
Is that better for you, Angie? How's that?
Not many messing. I just feel like we're rocking out of sync and not many joking.
I can just sit in there, pretend I'm sitting in one of the wee fucking dinghies you were talking about.
I'm just like, I go back and forth with you guys inside this me and say joking. So, well, maybe.
So, Jack, talk to me. How you been?
I'm not doing too bad. I'm not doing too bad at all. I mean, I've received some word back from the doctors regarding that referral. I mean, it's not really any more than what I already knew anyway, but they basically told me that they're only putting the May's referral, the referrals from May, on the system. So I'm probably going to have to wait either a few weeks or maybe a few months before it even gets put on the system.
Which, to be honest, seems about right at the moment because everything's fucking running behind, isn't it? Whether they can't be asked to fucking work properly these days, or there is genuine backlog, I don't know.
See, I would blame the doctors in most cases, but it's not the doctors. It's not the doctors at all. It's the ADHD referral service, and they're the one being complete arseholes because you try and get like. When you say like, it's not necessarily just medication, or not even just ADHD. It could be other medication. You know, people can take medication for their depression and stuff like that. And people, I don't know if when it comes to depression, antidepressants and stuff like that, if you need to be referred to some specific specialist, or if it's just for your doctor or.
Sometimes you do. It depends. Usually, your doctor will refer you first of all, and then they'll refer you to to your first port of call, which will be like your community mental health team. And if there's any, they'll check you out and then maybe refer you on to somebody else.
It's crazy, the fact that people are having to wait. It's not even just me. Other people are having to wait for stupid amounts of time when people genuinely do need that medication the most, and it's like a not necessarily a life or death situation, but it's basically like they're on the brink of breaking down kind of thing, right? If they don't get it, then they're gonna get worse and worse and worse, and they're gonna get to that point when they're gonna start thinking bad thoughts, mental stuff like that,
So true.
Right. You can ask Angela this, you can ask Lost Souls Paranormal this, you can ask Tiffany, you can probably ask half a dozen people in the comments. Sometimes I struggle to get my medication.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes I forget, to be honest. I just completely forget. I'll run out of medication and then I'll forget to go and get some more. And then sometimes I'll run out on a Friday, which means I can't get any until the Tuesday. And I phone up when I don't take one of the medications that I take for my mental health. If I don't take that for more than 24 hours, so if I miss more than one day, okay, it sends my head to shit.
Yeah.
Okay, and it puts me in a very horrible place that I don't like getting into, and when I know I'm going to be in that place, it panics me because I know that I'm going to end up there because I haven't got my medication. And I try phoning up the doctor and I say, look, I genuinely made a mistake, I've forgotten to get it, can you please issue me enough to last me the weekend? Oh, well, we can't do that, you have to put in your repeat prescription and it will be ready on Tuesday. So I've had to have people phone up hospitals for me, okay, and beg them for medication and beg them for a few tablets for me. Okay, so I know exactly what you're talking about because I go through that more regularly than I would like to have to admit to. But I understand it. It is fucking horrible.
The thing is,
it's only going to get worse with the crisis that's going on now.
Yeah, you're right.
And the suicide is going to go through the roof.
Oh yeah. I honestly agree with you in that case.
It's bad enough already.
Yeah.
Oh, what was I going to say? Oh bloody hell! What was I going to say?
And it's more in young people as well.
All right.
Can I just say something about that whole situation? At the moment, I'm working with Derby NHS Foundation Trust, and we're looking at ways to change them, looking at ways to change how people access the service because of exactly what you're saying, Jack. And I believe, like if the physical health and mental health were treated for exactly the same priority, you never, if you walk in the hospital, you'll see like oncology, like radiology, all them things. You never walk into hospital, do you, and see like I don't know, OCD, PTSD, bipolar. Do you know what I mean? You never see it like that ever because it's not treated at the same level. Whereas it's not. It's like they keep it as like just the brain. Do you know what I mean? Whereas
You
the
could
brain's
say
very
it's more.
complex.
It requires a bit more. You could say the word specialised. It requires a bit more
But
specialised help.
so does a knee. A knee needs bones need specialised treatment, and that's my point, though. So the brain's got different parts, and it affects different people in different ways.
Of course.
And I believe that the first point when you go, say, if you went, an example would be, say, you think you broke your ankle, and imagine going to your GP and going, "Oh, I think I broke my ankle," and they're like, "Oh, well, see how it goes for a few weeks. If it's still hurting, come back, and we'll probably send you for some X-rays." And you're like, I think I broke my ankle. And then, but you do what you're told. Do you know what I mean? You go back because it's still not better. Then, like, all right, okay, we'll send you for some X-rays. And so, I don't know, 6 weeks later, you get the letter through and you go for your X-rays. And by this point, it's been 8 weeks, so it's kind of healed slightly, but it's not healed right. And so they say, oh, well, we need to like re-break it and put it back together. Here's a waiting list of like, I don't know, 18 months before you can get like done. Because you're not a priority because it's healed, and so you can still walk on it, but it's causing you a little bit of discomfort. And then you go on to being like, you go on all the waiting list, you have the operation, then you have to have physio, and then you have to have this and you have to have that. Can you imagine that happening in the NHS?
I mean, the NHS probably
never. But you go to a doctor and they say you go and say you're feeling down, then they're like, well, keep a note of how you're feeling daily, and then come back in 2 weeks and we'll see how you are. And then you're like, okay. So then you get given medication for like 6 months, and you go back if you're still not feeling good, and then like, okay, then we'll refer you to the community team, and then that's that amount of time again. Why should physical health be more important than mental health? Because they both impact each other. And I think the way now the doctors are being taught by like patient-led people, and I've got like into a advisory role in that respect for the way that psychiatrists have their interaction with the patients, and I do believe like when you go to A&E, you get seen by a doctor, you get triage, you get seen by a doctor, a consultant, whichever. And then you get signposted to whichever department you need. Why can we not have the first point of contact being a psychiatrist or a psychologist who can identify what area, what specialist you need, and therefore you can, like, I suppose, get seen quicker, get the right treatment, and then be back out in society making a difference.
I guess you could say it's all like, and I use this word loosely, but I guess you could say it's all situational. So obviously, like you mentioned about how they tend to treat, you say they treat, is it physical health over mental health or the other way around? They treat one as a priority. I can't remember which one you said. They treat
physical help as a priority. Mental health is a second thought.
Yeah. See, in my opinion, it's all situational. It just depends on that person's situation, right? If they're going through a very, very hard time, regardless of what it is that's going on in their brain and it's going on in their life at that point, if obviously mental health is causing more of a problem for them than physical health, then the doctors should be focusing more on them, or the relevant people should be focusing on that individual regarding their mental health, mental status, you know, kind of understanding not necessarily how the brain works, but understanding what they're thinking and how to help them and give them support.
Listen to
but they do. If you're in a crisis, then they'll look at that. But if you know, like me, for example, now I have my moments, and I've needed the crisis team a few times in the past. But normal day to day depression and feeling down and feeling like you don't want to be here and all the rest of it. Okay, they're not interested in that. They wait for you to get. They wait for you to get to the point where you're breaking. Okay, and that's when they'll turn around and go, okay, well, let's give you some antidepressants and we'll refer you to some talking therapy or some fucking cognitive behavioural therapy.
So bullshit.
Which is all a pile of shit anyway.
Speaking about how doctors do exactly that, that's basically what we're talking about. How they like to, they basically like to, you could say, make it worse, right? So I don't know, something's wrong with you physically or mentally, and they decide, the doctors basically they're prologuing everything. So rather than just getting the help you need, just like what Angela said as well, they'll basically kind of drag it on and drag it on and drag it on to the point where either it's gotten a little bit better or it's gotten worse over time, over a short period of time, to the point where you're on the brink of losing control, right? And what I was going to say earlier regarding like ADHD and all that kind of stuff is that if you don't have the disability or mental capacity issue, or whatever you want to call it, if you don't have an issue, or if you don't have a certain issue that you might know that someone does have, like depression or ADHD, autism, whatever, right? If you don't have it, you don't know what it feels like to have it. Even if you're around someone that has got it, you can see the signs. So say depression, you can see the signs of someone being depressed, but you can't feel or know what they're feeling, because I hate it when people said to me in the past, you know, regarding my mum and that, you know, you'll make nice conversation in the street if you when me and my mum used to go out all the time when I was younger.
That's politeness, isn't it? It's
a lot of people don't know what signs to look for. That's the problem.
Well, the thing is it's not always I guess I agree with that. But at the same time, when people, I guess they make assumptions like doctors. I hate. You know what? Doctors are a right pain in the ass, especially when I was younger, when I had to go in, because obviously we used to go to the doctors a lot, with regards to my mum, and obviously I was.
Excuse me. Sorry. Fucking hell.
So he told you that vaping was no good for you.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that. It was him saying the doctor was a pain in the arse. Something crossed my mind at that point.
That's only when they're putting the suppositories in with both hands on your shoulders.
It just made me laugh.
Basically, the doctors they get to the point where you don't just get frustrated with them. You feel like you just want to knock them out, right? Obviously, you don't do that, but you feel like you want to knock them out because during, obviously, over the years that my mum's gotten progressively worse, everything all of these different types of medication. She goes in, she tells them the issue that she's got, and the doctors haven't got a bloody clue half the time. Like, there was an issue with her dizziness a while back. It was in 2019, so it was basically she has tinnitus, to do with the MS as well, but she has tinnitus, right? Which she basically can't hear in one ear. It basically rings every now and again, and it really hurts her ear whenever she hears loud noises. So sirens from like the police, ambulance, or fire service, she'll have to cover both of her ears because it hurts her ears. Anything
it's
loud,
pitches that set it
yeah,
off.
exactly,
My missus gets it. Yeah,
and basically, she went into she had an MRI scan in 2019, and I've still got the letter with me now. I probably can't find it. I'll have to look for it. But basically, I written a complaint. I can't remember who I actually spoke to, but I think I contacted Pills. I can't remember what that stands for now. Tina might know, because she's probably dealt with that a lot. But basically, I wrote a complaint in regards to something that happened to my mum. So pretty much when she came out the MRI machine, she couldn't see. It's like, imagine putting imagine putting something solid over your eye, like in front of your eyes, but it's not it's not clear, so it's literally it just feels like you've just got your eyes closed. That's how she felt when she came out the MRI machine. Now, I did look up and hear that some
it ain't
people
going to take off, Sonic.
some people did have this issue as well. Kind of. Obviously, it affects different people, doesn't it? Even if you've not got tinnitus or MS or anything like that. And we thought it would go away after a while, but it didn't. Right? The black sheet was there for several days. Right? Effectively. Then after a while, it started to go away, but her eyes, like, she would be dizzy pretty much as soon as she woke up. It would take about half an hour, so she'd wake up about 7 o'clock in the morning. As soon as around about 7:30 hit, she would be dizzy for the entire day, so she would have to sleep constantly. Right, it was horrible. In 2019, I think also a bit of 2020 as well. But after a while, I don't know what the hell was going on in the brain, if it just stopped, but the dizziness has just stopped. You know, she can see properly. She's not dizzy. Well, she will get dizzy every now and again, but
Jack, this one might interest you, mate. I can't remember who put it out, but there was a woman well into her 30s, ever since she's a child, was hearing noises in her head. And the doctors kept prescribing pills and pills and pills and pills. And eventually a friend of hers gave her the name of a doctor to check it out. She could even hear her eyeballs moving in her head. And when this doctor believed what she was saying, and when they checked her out and did some scans, there was actually a piece of her inner ear missing from birth. And she had an operation, and that was it. She lives a normal life now.
Wait, the piece of her inner, is that
it's one of the bones in the inner ear. It hadn't developed properly as a child or something.
So,
but none of the doctors would believe her.
So that affected all that, what was happening to her.
She just kept hearing all sorts of noises in her head. She could even hear her eyeballs moving around in her head.
Imagine that though, right?
Crinkle has that problem.
Oh yeah, definitely. Imagine the, like, well, not even imagine, because it probably happens all the time anyway. But the doctors they say they want to help you, and they say that they're listening to what you have to say, but whenever I don't know, people can have different either mental breakdowns, or they can have different mental crises, and they obviously they want someone to talk to, not necessarily just doctors, but just other specialists specialists that are experienced in that sector of work, right? But the thing is, when you
I was going to say there with that comment you made about Crinkle. I was going to say fucking.
Hold on 1 second.
Was
that
it
reminds
we,
me.
we can all fucking hear his eyeball moving about in his seat.
Hold
Never
on a
mind
minute.
that cunt.
Let me find it. Bloody hell.
Roger,
Yes, mate.
do you mind if I swap you out?
Yeah, feel free, buddy, because
Is that all right?
mental health isn't usually my thing. I cover the politics and.
No, it's not that. It's just Bobby's been sitting in the back here for a while, and I wanted to go through who was sitting in the back and try and get it done before sort of 12:15.
Yeah, no
We've
problem.
got about half hour
problem.
or so. So
there you go.
All right, thank you, Roger. Appreciate it.
Not a problem.
Cheers, Roger.
Thanks for jumping on.
No worries.
We won't ever get Crinkle on here, tell you that. He is he is basically like the Jesus Cross version, but an ugly face.
Have you ever noticed that there isn't much support out there for men or lads with like mental health compared to
There
women?
isn't.
Yes,
there isn't. Guys, just 1 second. I'm going to bring Bobby onto the stream now. He's been sitting in the back for a while, so.
Crinkle the cum sock.
Hey, Sonic, sorry to hear about your loss, mate. I give you good wife my condolences.
Thanks, man.
That goes out to you, mate. Don't let it eat it up inside.
I'm trying my best.
Yeah.
If you need to talk, mate, you've got my number and you've got my Facebook.
It's not nice when you lose a
Appreciate
family
it,
member. It's not even. It's not nice, no matter who you lose. Whether it be an animal, a family member, a friend, literally anyone. It doesn't matter. You know, it's not nice.
My heart gives it more to my niece, which is my sister-in-law's daughter.
Yeah,
such a young age. You know what I mean? It's
hard,
isn't it? Sonic? How old is she, if you don't mind me asking?
I think she would be about 36.
Wow.
Because she was like a few years younger than me. So
she didn't even live that long then.
No.
She's still a lot more fight in her, basically.
Oh, I mean, she was fighting till the end.
Yeah.
Shit,
there, Sonic lad. If you need to talk, mate, anytime I'm up most nights. So if you need to talk to anybody,
appreciate it. Cheers, Bobby.
You know what
I was gonna say, oh, bloody hell, I'm gonna say now.
Can I talk about something, Dan, a minute? About the comments.
Depends what it is.
Is anything about
you taking the cunt of Crinkle?
No, you're talking about the 9-year-old who got killed in Liverpool.
Right.
Yeah.
The same night, a 50-year-old granny cut. Would I be able to give the woman's name, or I can't give the name out?
It depends. Is the name public?
Yeah.
Then there should be no.
Karen Dempsey. She got stabbed on the same night as the little girl. Nothing got said about that, Dan. No, in the papers, in the news, or nothing. I know it's hard for the 9-year-old girl being murdered, but it was a 50-year-old granny as well.
I said this. I said earlier about how people are jumping on the fact that this was a 9-year-old girl, and I think that's disgusting. Okay, because there are other people out there that have been attacked. Yes, it's terrible. Absolutely, it's terrible. But there are people dying of all ages all across the country, and yet they're using this 9-year-old girl as a promotion tool, and I think it's disgusting.
I noticed on one of the papers it was like, whose side do you on? And like either the side of like that little girl and justice, whatever, or the criminal gangs and stuff. But at the end of the day, and then there was this discussion on Jeremy Vine. I lead such a sad life.
I hate that fucking prick.
So many people do, but he wasn't on it. He's on holiday. But anyway, so it was someone else doing it. But they were talking about gang crime and stuff. And I'm thinking the biggest gang in the country is the thieves. Hello. It's like other than them. And then you might have little big split offs between people, but it happens everywhere.
And also, Dan, they're not talking about as well. The mum over the daughter because she was a nosy cunt. That's the reason why they ran in. And I've been horrible or nasty. But like I said, that they ran into an house. the prick who was the drug dealer grabbed the girl and used her as a shield. What a fucking tit! What a fucking knobhead! It's been done. He was a drug dealer. He was on probation on your license. I'm sorry, Angela. Sorry.
No, that's what I was about to say as well. There was something about it to do with the parole board and about how more investigation and more whatever it was putting. That's what the Home Office or whatever it is, something to do with whoever they are, you know, Dan. But yeah, they said about how too many people are coming out because they want people to be out in society quicker after only serving a short amount of sentence because of the cost that they are to the service, and they want people to be back out, obviously. But the amount of people that are coming out and reoffending and doing more serious crime in every aspect
what they want. But that's what they want, though, Angela. They want repeat business. The prisons work on repeat business because that's how they make their money. People don't get rehabilitated in prison. These rehabilitation courses that paedophiles get sent on don't work. We know they don't work because people keep re-fucking-fending. And people are coming out of prison. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes people make a genuine mistake, end up in prison. Okay? Now, those people being in prison is enough to shock them to not want to go back again. But there are other people who don't mind going to prison because all their mates are in there. Right? And that's not how it should be. People should be afraid to go to prison. Right? And they're not anymore.
Yeah, but they love it. Some people actually
that's what I'm saying.
They get institutionalised into that way. And I know so many people, right, for instance, on that said video, which we know about, that other guy that was there, he used to come out, breaches, whatever, and then knew he would go back in. He used to do that compress and pack, whatever that's about. And like, I'm like, good lord. But he used to do that because he knew he was getting arrested and stuff. I don't know how he got away with it. He must have been shoving it right up his prison wallet or whatever you call it.
Prison pocket, they call it. There are more drugs in. Well, don't quote me on it because I don't know the actual statistics behind it. But from what I've read,
there are more drugs in Sonic's arse than in the entire prison system.
If you want them back, Dan.
There are more like in terms of drugs. There is like lots of drugs being transported from outside the prison, inside the prison, all day, every day. I guess you could say, right?
And a lot of it is by the guards.
Yeah.
The prisoners bribe the guards in some way, or do something or other. There was a TV show I watched a while back, probably several months ago, which it was all right actually. It kind of gave you a sense of what it's like in a UK prison ish. It's called Screw. It's literally just called Screw. Because they call prison guards in the UK, they call them screws.
Well, why do you call them screws for? Jack of Blaze. Do you know why he called screws for?
Why do they call them screws?
You know, Dan.
I've heard, but I can't remember.
There's
So
not something to do
with
maybe. I might be wrong, but there's no maybe something to do with some form of punishment or something.
What happened is they had this machine and you start to crank around, go round, and if he wants to make it more order, the guard used to go in the cell and screw it up a bit harder. So the crank used to make it more harder to turn the crank around. That's why they call screws. What?
Turn screws.
Yeah, that's what they call screws for.
Yeah. But you know, like, there's a lot of drugs in the prison system, a lot more than what people think.
They're taken in by the staff, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Or they put
Most of it's taken in. Some of it's thrown, like, because you've got like big yard areas in most of them, right? They'll throw some of them will have like them little tiny mobile phones that can shove up the bum, right?
Yeah.
And basically, what do they call them? Burner phones. That's it. Basically, drug dealers or whatever, they'll throw the drugs over the walls, and they'll let them know on the phone or whatnot, and then they'll go pick it up whenever they get to go outside again or whatever.
I don't think they do. But I think they've got a lot more security, haven't they, around them? A lot more.
Also using drones.
It does happen though. It does happen. It does happen.
It does,
Jack,
but I think
you use the drones to take stuff in as well.
Security.
You
I
use
mean,
the drone to take stuff in as well.
Probably not as much as we think, because it's a lot of security when it comes to that. I mean, I'd be quite surprised if drones are managing to get inside prison, like drones are being managed to transport drugs into prisons. I know that it has happened in the past, but I think the security has definitely tightened itself up when it comes to prisons now.
It's dodgy in there, you know.
Do you know what we should? I mean, do you know what would be really, really cool to see? Because this is something that I was watching a while ago. It's what's it called? It's a specific TV show in America where they get where basically kids, so teenagers, obviously not 18. It's basically I can't remember what it's called now, but basically they've done wrong, right? So, for example, they could have done armed robbery, drug dealing, whatever, right? And rather than sending them to as they would call it, a juvenile facility, whereas we call them young offenders.
Sorry, watching the telly, Dan. Sorry, watching the Gladiator.
Basically, they would send them to prison. I can't remember what it's called. Something straight. It's something. I'm not sure. It's keeping straight, breaking straight. I don't know. There's something.
I've seen
There's
it.
something. I can't remember what it's called. I might have to look it up again. But
Straight and narrow or some shit like that.
no, it's basically like
Yeah, let me see.
they're basic. So the kids in the prison, like in an actual US prison, like with real inmates.
It sounds like an anti-gay camp.
Hold on.
it's something like that.
US prison. I actually can't remember a document.
Yeah, and gender fluid or attracted to anything.
Oh bloody hell! What's it called now? Okay, I can't remember what it's called. I'll look it up. I'm not going to waste time. Basically, the idea of it is teenagers under the age of 18, obviously, would go to, because they've done wrong. They basically the inmates in the prisons would basically break the teenagers in a way, not by hitting them or anything like that, but they would scare them to the point where, and basically kind of teach them a lesson to not carry on doing what they're doing, so not to do bad stuff, in other words, armed robbery or whatever it is they've done, right? And basically kind of give them advice, but not in a kind of, a polite way, more of like a strict, like a shouting at them and stuff like that. You do kind of get a lot of violence vibes, but they're never violent towards the teenagers. Obviously, keeping straight,
scared straight.
That's it. They're scared straight. There you go. Yeah, that's right. So they scare them to the point where they want them to not go. They want them to not be where they are because they know what it feels like.
All right, Night Kaz.
See you later, Kaz.
Bye, Kaz. I haven't seen you in the comments for ages. I thought you'd fallen asleep on us already.
I just you know, like earlier on, you were talking about like the pedo hunters with pedos and like the nonces, basically. You know the term nonce. That's actually a prison term.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they used to write it on the board. It was with the dots in between the letters.
Yeah.
It basically stands for, I believe it was not on normal courtyard exercise for their own protection.
Right.
Because the other inmates would fucking attack them and shit because of what they've done.
Oh yeah, a while ago.
So they just abbreviated nods.
I saw a live stream of someone breaking out of prison. Like a UK
I've
prison.
heard about that. Jack, I've heard about that gay fella. He was blackmailing fellas, but he also was doing kids. And a gay charity has provided them with a good solicitor.
Not Purple Aki, is it?
No. I've met Pip Atkinson before today, you know.
That's funny.
Did he feel your muscles?
Yeah. That's all he used to do, go around, feel your muscles. Or used to let make lads do push-ups and sit on the back.
That's it.
Oh yeah, here's a
fucking nutcase.
Hold on.
Still in prison, isn't he?
No, I don't think so.
Alright, I know this conversation tends to come up a lot every week because it's obviously getting worse and it's obviously going to be changing in how many days now? It's okay, in 3 days' time it's going to be up, it's going to be increasing, but the energy price cap, which is a controversial topic to talk about, I guess, but it's also a pain in the arse as well because it's affecting everyone in the country. Not really affecting the rich, but it's mostly affecting the poor or the people that are just affording most of their or some of their bills and stuff like that, right? Obviously it's going up to like £3,549, I think it is, a year. And I know what the price cap is, but in terms of like working out, is that basically how much they can charge you in a year? Is that basically what that is? The price cap, so they can charge you up to £3,549.
No, not a year. Not a year because people are paying for way more than it.
So what is the price cap for then? What does it mean?
Do you know what? To be honest, I don't know, and I don't pay any fucking attention to it. All I know is I'm paying more than double now that I was paying this time last year. That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
And even though I'm using less electricity, fucking work that one out.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
The pay cap is to do with the energy company like Ofgem have made, and the government whatever, have made all people, all suppliers of all gas, they've all been told that they can't raise the prices any more than that. And so that, but it's only for 3 months or whatever. So in 3 months' time, they can review it.
I don't want to sound stupid, but what does that mean?
It means like
the price.
They can't say per kilowatt hour or whatever it is. Yeah, whatever kilowatt hour.
Like what Tina said the other day, they charge a certain amount per kilowatt, which obviously you can find out via your you can find out online or wherever for your energy company that you use. But you've also got to take into account the standing charge that they charge. So it's not just the unit of measurement per kilowatt. So how much they're going to charge you per kilowatt. You've also got to work out the standing charge as well. You know.
Yeah, I don't think the standing charge is the same each month, but depending what tariff you're on, it'll say like you're on say 48.3p per kilowatt hour. And then they'll say like you've used X amount because you're giving meter readings, and then therefore you've used so many kilowatt hours in that month, and therefore, but they go on like cubic meters, and the way they work it out, every bill, you know what, every bill that you get from any company has to be clear, transparent, and understandable by a normal person. If it ever doesn't make sense, then you've got the right to go back to them and say, explain it better. If they don't come back to you, then you can take that to the ombudsman, but then they're breaching whatever. More people that do that, the better, by the way.
At the same time, though, Angela, the only time they really charge, the only time they really send you bills out in regards to that is if you're on some sort of either direct debit or smart meter, where you're paying monthly for something. Whereas with a prepayment meter, well, yeah, no, but that's readings. But like, if you're getting a bill either via email, for example, or if a letter comes in the post or whatever, right, regarding like how much money you owe or whatever, right, they would only do that with direct, because it wouldn't really make sense with prepayment, would it? Because you're putting the key in and you're only using. So once that money is set to zero, the meter will cut off. It will cut the electric off or the gas
No, you
off.
have an emergency, and they're
Yeah.
saying at the moment that companies have to legally provide, I think it's something like £25 credit if you are obviously protected characteristics, or you have someone with protected characteristics,
No, I
or
was just
children in the
talking
house.
about. I was just talking about. So if you've not put the key in, right, and it goes to zero, it will cut off if it's a gas or electric. So you've not put the key in to put any emergency on, if you've not already put any emergency on, right? And that meter, like what Tina said the other day on the last live stream, is basically just like I'm going to call it a stopper. So it's like a switch. If it's got money in the meter, the switch will stay open, so it'll allow the gas or the electric to come through. If it's closed, obviously it's gonna be off, therefore nothing will come through. So no matter what you do, you can't switch it on. But
I think at that point, though, you have to take responsibility and take ownership for what you're doing. I appreciate a lot of people don't have the money, but there are every gas company, every kind of company that is providing gas and electric at the moment, they all have certain regulations, and there's certain things in place now which, if you end up using all of your emergency, if you know you're going to run out and you know you've not got the money there to provide and to put more electric on or more gas on, say if you've got literally no money left whatsoever to put a £5 on, a £10 on, whatever, if you don't have anything, then you ring up your company who you're with, and they will then put credit on your meter, and that's what they have to do.
Yeah.
That's only if you have a smart meter, Angela. That's only if you only have a smart
No, it isn't.
meter.
No, it's not. When you have a card meter, when you have
No,
a
we're
PIN
talking
meter.
specifically about prepayment meters, Bobby.
Let me just interrupt a minute. First of all, I just want to say, Lisa Stokes, that comment that I've had on the screen for a minute. For some reason, when I read that, it just reminds me of Warren G. and Regulator. I know that's completely against what we're talking about at the moment, but when you read that and you get to the end, earn their keep, so to speak. Regulator, mount up. Do you remember that? Just reminds me of that song. So I just thought I'd add that to the conversation. Also, Lucifer has said, where is it? Where's your comment, Lucifer? Fuck's sake. There we go. There's a simple fix for this cost of living crisis there.
Right, 4-star fucking hotel, put you up in.
And also, Dan, can I say something about what you were talking about before about the migrants coming over from France? We've got the right in the law to take them back, because to technically figure out borders. So we've got the right to, the Navy's got the right to take them back to France.
Well, no, because
they've broken at the end of the, they've broken the law. I've said this many times. They've broken the law, okay?
Yeah.
And we don't. What's the fucking word? We don't give prizes to people that break the law. We punish them. And that's what the law is supposed to be there for, okay? And if somebody breaks the law, if I went to Australia, okay, and I sneaked in, you know, I've moored up off the coast and fucking went into Australia without going through the proper channels, they would kick me the fuck out.
Aye, quite rightly fucking so.
Right, because I've broken the law.
Also,
now,
Andrew, you've got the right to sink them as well. So you've got the right to sink them as well. So it's not that. Yeah.
Kill them.
Oh, what's it called? What they're called again? Not the Royal Air Force. Bloody hell, I forgot.
The Navy.
That's it. Thank you. The Royal Navy. I think they're the ones that deal with them and stuff. I have seen videos in the past of the Royal Navy. I don't know if it was to. I think it was to the Somalians and the pirates and stuff. But they were basically they were in our waters effectively.
That's what the technically classed. That's not Jackal pirates. That's what technically the law is. We've got the right to take them back or sink them.
Well, they're technically fucking invaders.
What they do is, and I've seen videos in the past. What they'll do is, they'll warn them, right? They need to leave. They'll need to leave the waters, just like the airspace, right? If you're in restricted airspace, if you don't leave, or if you don't respond even, and because I've seen it, like they can and they will shoot you down, right? Same with the waters. The same thing, right? They can board if they can't board your boat, right? They'll probably just destroy the boat. Like before you can even say oops, you know. If they can
No one's going to kill no one. It's against Geneva Convention.
What?
No one's going to kill anybody in boats as they're coming over because it's against the Geneva Convention.
But the Royal Navy.
It's not, Angela. If you look at the rules,
one second,
they're invading our country, our sovereign waters. The law's quite specific. It is not, Jack. That's the law. They're invading our sovereign waters.
You get in the wrong end of the stick a little bit, Bobby. What I'm trying to say is, Bobby, is that if they come over in our waters, just as much as if a plane comes into our airspace or in restricted airspace without permission, they don't identify themselves. Same with a boat. They also have to do the same thing, right?
Yeah, they need to identify themselves and
they need to identify themselves. Yeah, exactly. And if they don't do that, if they don't respond, they'll give them a warning. That now they have done this in the past, and I think they still do it now. They give them warning shots. They actually shoot near the boat, right?
Yes.
Just to basically give them like a warning. You need to stop. You need to, give your intentions. You need to identify yourself. If they don't, right, they can legally shoot them. Right, they can shoot them.
That's what they've said, Jack.
But saying that, there's something else that comes to mind is the whole rules of engagement.
Yeah.
Basically
it depends. It really depends.
On a boat, it's unlikely they're gonna shoot them. What they'll do is they'll give them they'll fire across the bow, right? Give them a warning shot, and then they'll send I can't remember what they call it now. It begins with an S, like a skiv or something like that, across from the main boat over to the other boat with armed people to get onto the boat. Okay, and then if there is boarding vessel, and then if something happens, then they'll open fire. If nothing happens, then they won't. They won't. They won't shoot them just because they haven't identified themselves as such. They will send someone over. They've got.
What I'm saying is the law's quite specific in this matter. The law's there to protect our interest. I'm not saying they're going to do it. What I'm saying is that we can do it. So if the people think that Angela, look the law.
Maritime law, you've got to look at it. It's maritime law, not able to kill people indiscriminately. What if this kid?
Doesn't matter, Angela. They're coming over sovereign waters. It's technically it's called act of war. If you look it up,
I would beg to differ on that one. I wouldn't say
Jack, look it up. All I'm saying to you, look it up. The law's quite specific.
That comment there, absolutely right. 80 years ago, we managed to stop an entire fucking invasion. Nowadays, we can't stop a fucking dinghy.
Yeah,
right.
The thing
I think all the French have to do is make sure that they get to our water, their water, each other safely.
Yeah,
that's all that happened. That's what changed the Brexit. That's it.
The law's quite, and also Angela, if the first country they land in is a safe country, they're supposed to stay there.
They might be, but they don't know because they're not genuine refugees. That's the difference.
I know.
They have
it's an act of war. It's classed as an act of war.
Well,
now you've only got to blow up one ship, 2 boats. I guarantee you, they won't come again.
But I can guarantee if we did that, we'll be up for some kind of a war crime then.
No,
if it's
we
about
wouldn't.
War, or we'll be up with Geneva Convention.
No, they wouldn't. The law's quite specific, Angela. Just look it up, please.
Okay.
No, fair enough, but you've still got to remember everyone's got the right to life, and we cannot go around indiscriminately just shooting people.
So, okay, obviously, when it comes to them coming over to our country and coming over to our
Yeah.
waters or using our airspace without
Yeah.
identifying, so all this kind of stuff, right? Obviously, we can shoot them down, but we need, just like the police, right? I don't want to be that advocator, I guess, but the use of force that they have. I mean, I don't want to be that person, but when it comes to like
But
tasing someone,
you are being that person.
But Jack, I'm not saying
basically,
they're gonna
the
do it.
specific,
I'm
the
not saying they're gonna
specific.
do it.
No, but
They
what I'm
can
trying to
do
say,
it.
what I'm trying to
the
say is,
difference,
Bobbert,
the
the
difference
use
though
of
between
force that they have, right? The use of the different uses of force that the police have, and what they have available to like the Navy and all that kind of stuff, and the Air Force and that, and they will use it if they need to, if they can justify what they're doing, because they have got submarines as well. The Navy do have submarines and stuff, and all this kind of stuff. But they can justify, like, so I did see a video a while back where Somalian pirates are coming over in our waters. and they were Somalian pirates, right? And they was in our waters, and they gave them a warning shot and everything like that. They didn't identify themselves, and then the people on the boat started shooting. I think they had AKs or something. They started shooting towards the direction of the boat, right? Not the dinghy, but towards the boat direction. And so of that in itself was basically the Royal Navy's way of being able to justify their actions, and they just blew the boat to smithereens.
Right, again, that falls into the whole the was it the conflict shit? Is like you do not fire unless fired upon.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what they fucking done
You're
in
right.
defence. And the thing between the boats and the planes, obviously it's different in the way they interact with them, because
Yeah, of
boats
course.
you can pull alongside it, you can stop it, you can board it and shit. You can't do that with a fucking plane in flight.
Right.
The only option, if that's posing that much a threat, is to fucking shoot it down. You know what I mean? So
I don't know if
that's
they do it
different.
now, Roger, but I have seen in the past.
But Angela, what I'm trying to say, something's got to be done about it, because he just said there's like 13,000 come over the other day. They're coming mostly from Albania. Male adults who say
Yeah, but we can't just go around shooting people.
Yes,
No
you
one in a
can.
Obviously,
civilized
they wouldn't
society
shoot
would
for no
just be like,
reason. You get what I
right,
mean? They're obviously not going to shoot
Angela,
for no reason.
what do you think the MI6 do more or less every day? You've got rights to
not
kill
go
you,
around
rape
shooting
you.
people indiscriminately, innocent children and stuff.
They do. Oh, they do, Angela.
In that term, Bobby, in that term, right, in regards to what you just said there, you are right in a sense, because there was a lot of talks about this in the past. So I do agree with you in that sense of what they would do to people. So I understand what you're saying in terms of that. And I just wanted to point something out in regards to what you said about acts of war. What do you think?
Yeah.
And when you say they're coming over here, that is an act of war.
Technically, it's an act of war.
Okay.
If you look at it, they're coming over to our waters.
Do you know what the definition of act of war is?
Yes, they're coming over to our waters. And
So are we going to war with France then?
An act
We
of
can't go
war
to war with individuals.
An act of war is an action by one country against another with an intention to provoke a war or an action that
Yeah,
occurs
but
during
who are we
declared
having the war with then? Are we having a war with France? Because we can't, because we're paying them money, and therefore that's a contract.
I
And
personally
all
don't
they have to do in that contract is ensure that anything leaving their waters has to get, if they can turn it round, which they don't. I'm not saying that they do a good job. All I'm saying is all they need to do is ensure that that boat gets to international, like that border safely. Then that is up to us to deal with. If we want to try and blow them the other way, that's entirely up to us. But it's at the end of the day, that's just what the law is. Do you know what I mean? We paid for a service, and that is that. We can't go to war now with France, and we can't go to war with individuals that have come from many different countries who we don't know who the hell they are. It's just random to be even coming out with it. It's like Pirates of the Caribbean.
They're coming over here, right? Now, mostly come from Albania. It's not a war-torn country. They're coming in here, because they think we're soft. That's all they're coming over here for. So if you say to God,
the whole, but the regarding what you said about acts of war, what they're doing, I mean, obviously agree to disagree. What they're doing, based on the definition of what an act of war is, they're not trying to, Because if it was an act of war, right? Okay, think of it like this: if there were an act of war, don't you think they would be bringing over more? So let's just say it's one boat for the time being, right? If it was an act of war, don't you think they'd be bringing loads of boats, like the Germans did when they were trying to invade different countries, right? That was an act of war, obviously. They were war with lots of countries, but don't you think that don't you think that the whole the pirates coming over into our country, right? If that was an act of war, then why were there not swarms of boats flooding the entire place? There were quite a few, but there weren't like massive amounts of
Jack, it
pirates
doesn't
coming
matter.
over.
There could only
It's
be
not,
one person in the
but
boat.
and that's not really
They
an act of
are.
war. That's not
It
really an
is.
act
They
of
are.
war, Bobby.
They are.
I'm
They
gonna
are
have to
trespassing in
I
our.
think,
They are
yeah, but
trespassing in
I
our
think
waters.
when they've got fucking weapons and shit like that on board, there's not enough of them. The weapons and stuff,
Listen. I'll tell you what you need, right? You need 4 River class Navy ships, okay, with 5,000 incendiary 50 BMG rounds. All right, and that'll soon put a stop to the fuckers coming over.
Right, Sarah.
We've got to do something, Dan. We've got to do something because.
How mad is it though that more people have come over since Brexit when we've taken back control of our borders? Do you not think that is just a mad up thing?
I'm not sure, Roger. To be perfectly honest, it's
Sorry,
just.
Roger, I didn't hear you then.
No, I'm just replying to him what he said in the chat, but I just don't. I mean, agree to disagree. Although this is a good topic to talk about, I just don't think that that maybe a boat, for example, would say one boat for the time being, maybe a boat with several Somalian pirates or pirates on that boat. I don't believe that is an act of war. Because otherwise, if that was the case, right, I'm just thinking of it in how I understand it, right? There would be a swarm, but there would be a swarm of boats, right? And they would all have the intention of trying to take over the country or whatever their intention is.
So what are they doing then,
different.
Jack? What are they doing? They coming over here, going into our schools, saying that they're under 15, going in our schools now, and also you got to realise, Jack, what they do over there, it's completely different what we do over here. Most countries over there, the sexual age for having sex, I think it's 12, 14. They're coming over here, abusing our kids. Don't say they don't, Jack, they do. They're coming over here, robbing and all sorts. So you've got to stop this once and for all. I don't mind them legally coming over here, going through the legal channels, but they're coming over here. Dan said they spend £10,000 to get here. So they're not fucking hard up, are they? If they got £10,000 to spend. Why are they coming over here, Jack?
I don't know.
I honestly think the government are intentionally letting them in order to cause, again, yet more fucking tension, divide and conquer, in order to try and bring about this whole civil unrest and the uprising as an excuse then to have a martial law. I believe they want some sort of martial law, civil war, sorry.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Sonic. I believe that martial law should be come into place because the police are not doing fuck all. Look, they do the Macarena in Litchfield.
Litchfield?
Where was it? Yeah, it's a Litchfield. You don't.
Yeah, near me.
Pride.
That's from the vet.
Gay pride.
I think Dan's tired. Can I just say?
I was going to say that they're just as well. I think Dan's pretty much in a fit his wall.
He's going. Next thing we're going.
Tired, Dad.
Sorry.
Anyway, Dad, can I ask you something? I saw your photograph from 2019 on Facebook. What the fuck happened, mate?
3 strokes and you lot.
I beg your pardon.
Haven't you heard of moisturiser?
Oh man, it's fucking. I look terrible. I know I do. It's embarrassing, but still, it's me. I can't change it. As somebody said in the comments on one of the pictures I put up, fuck me, Dan, have you been hit by the death ray? 30 years, aged 30 years in 3. And I feel like it. So,
At least it's not from the ugly tree and it has a branch on the way. Just saying.
No, not every branch. I got caught up
Like
about
no
halfway down.
branches. None.
Right, guys. I'm gonna have to wrap this up because I am fucking fucked, and I've got to be up in the morning to go and get my tattoo. Woohoo! I just want to say to everybody that's on here that next week is the members live stream, and next week in the members live stream we have one of these to give away. So the wireless mobile phone lapel mics. So I've got one of them to give away next week. It comes as a. I've got two, not these ones, but I've got two. It might work. I don't know. I've got two. One of them is an iPhone connector, and one of them is a USB-C. Now, whichever one, because it's going in the members only first, whoever wins will get to pick either an iPhone or a USB-C. Whichever one's left will be given away the following week on an open live stream that's open to everybody. I will be looking at getting some more in the future. Plus I've got some other bits and pieces to give away in the near future on the main channel, on this live stream, the public live stream. Some stuff that Lucifer donated to give away, so there will be some stuff to give away in the future as well. But but next week, next Sunday's live stream is a members only. So keep an eye on the channel on the Sunday, because I don't have a mailing list for you. I don't know whether or not the notifications work just to members when it's a members only live stream. I don't know. So just keep an eye open on next Sunday, at 8 o'clock.
Is anyone getting some Scott, sorry?
No, not for a couple of days.
Okay.
But keep an eye open for that. And I look forward to seeing you guys there. Anyway, panel, thank you for coming on. Been interesting.
Having us as always.
Nice speak to you again, Dan. Anyway, nice speak to you.
No worries.
Pablo would like to say bye to Smudge if that's okay.
Smudge is actually curled up in a box under my desk.
Pardon?
Is AJ all right?
Yeah, he's all right.
I think Smudge just took your seat there, Angela.
Has he fixed his phone yet?
No. It's just got worse. But it's just he will get it.
At the moment, let me see if the colour will sort itself out. I don't think it will. There we go. That's Smudge asleep in a box under my desk right now.
He's took Angela's seat.
No, Angela doesn't have the box.
No, just under the desk in general.
See you all.
I can hear it. Sounds like a gremlin.
If you need to talk, just text me, whatever.
Right, guys in the chat, thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking. Thank you for sticking around for 4.5 hours. Much appreciated. I know you've got better things to be doing, but you choose to spend your time with us, so I appreciate it.
Fuck off, Dan. We're just here for Smudge.
I will try and get some videos out tomorrow, Tuesday and Wednesday if I can. Again, I don't know what time things are happening Tuesday, Wednesday, so I don't know. But failing that, I will be about in the comments. I will be about on social media. So if you need me, reach out and I shall be there. But other than that, I shall wish you all good night and
have your phone number, Dan? Can I have your phone number?
Yeah, let's get this over. Let me just end this broadcast first. So again, thanks again, everybody, and I shall see you soon.
No.